Hello everyone, my name is Wendy Opata, and my experience at the camp has been quite impactful. I had an encounter with God, and the best part of it was I got to meet many professional mentors, and got to share my problems and get help and the likes of it. And I met new people, made new friends, communicated more.
First of all, I want to start with the encounter I've had. I gave my life to Christ. I bought my bad habits. I've seen Jesus. And I also want to thank my parents, my mom, my dad for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And I want to thank Fatima for allowing me to be here.
My name is Bavali and I'm a member of the Ignite Teen Mentoring Bootcamp Lagos 2023 plus before. Like I followed God in many different ways and many different places at many different times, and it's something that really helped me grow mentally and spiritually, and I also learned how to speak up well and become a better person.
I had an encounter with God. I made new friends. I was taught self-discipline. I realized that I was able to grow more in the spirit here, more than I even expected.
I had a special encounter with God during the camp, especially all the events during praise night, purity night, and other events made me have special encounters with God and also gave me the Holy Spirit. I want to encourage everyone to come for this camp because it's a very special camp which helps you draw closer to God.
I had an encounter with God, a very good encounter with God. I saw Jesus and learned how to pray and fun. I saw fun. I want to give a shout out to my parents, a big shout out to my parents for bringing me here because this was my first time coming to this night camp.
My name is Tuli Lokwen and I'm here to share my encounter in this boot camp. For in fact, this boot camp is an encounter kind of boot camp where you have an encounter with God and the rest. I've been able to build my spiritual life, but I came here spiritually drained. But I've been bruised in the spirit, and here has taught me how to build myself. And I've made great friends who are going to motivate me in my spiritual life also.
Somebody's wrong in the spirit tonight. Release.
Afternoon,
Good morning everyone, I'm Ibukola Aguero and today I'm in the Girls Hub, and today I will be talking about what I love in the Girls Hub and what I've learned in the Girls Hub. So first of all, the things I've learned in the Girls Hub is how to be confident in yourself, how to believe in yourself, like you're able to do things that you never would have done before, and how you have the strength to control your emotions, keep your emotions to yourself, and how to be brave, like to stand up to what you never would have before. And what I love about the Girls Hub is that we're always together. We love to connect with each other, we care about each other, and this goes to our Queen Mother, Auntie Atima. We love her so much. Thank you for caring for us, thank you for making sure that we're okay, and it has been very fun in the Girls Hub since I joined. This summer I was looking for a job. Well, I couldn't really go outside and look for a job, so I told my mom I need a job, and she said that one of her friends needed babysitting for her son. So throughout the summer I worked. I was babysitting and I was earning $10 each day, and it was overall pretty good, and I'm still doing this now, and it's been very fun. What are you waiting for? We need you in the Girls Hub. It's going to be so much fun. You're gonna have so much. You're gonna be welcomed. You're gonna be very welcomed. You're gonna be cared for, and we're waiting for you. Please join. Love you guys.
My name is Janelle and I am 11 years old. The Girls Hub has been a blessing to me, my family, and other people around me. Girls Hub has taught us things such as how to be confident, how to improve self-esteem, how to manage our emotions, how to replace I can't with I must, how to dress well and be elegant, knowing that I am a queen. In the Girls Hub, we have weekly confident task. We also read a book a month and we review it. We are also taught to keep a daily journal. I want to thank my mom for registering me in this program. It has done so much for me. I also want to thank Auntie Atima, our queen mother, for always supporting us through our journey. If you're a girl and you're not in this girls hub, you are really missing a lot. So I encourage you to join the girls hub.
The Responsible Teens Academy is a platform for mentoring pre-teens, teens, and teen mentors. The organization was officially registered in 2020 but has been in existence since 2013 through a mentoring club. The founder of the Responsible Teens Academy, Etima Ume, observed a huge gap with the age group in terms of knowledge, guidance, accountability, and lots more. Through products and programs that transform participants, her team and her have succeeded in contributing to the emergence of the responsible adults who are blazing the trail and setting the pace globally. Many of our mentees are now peer mentors, youth leaders, and entrepreneurs. The Responsible Teens Academy caters for its participants within and outside Nigeria. Online participants are especially drawn from Africa, Europe, America, Asia, and Australia. Mentoring sections are categorized in an age-appropriate manner, and gender sections are inclusive. Our vision: to raise a generation of youth who are example to others in worth, faith, purity, and purpose. Our mission: raising champions by coaching, training, and mentoring teenagers to responsible adulthood. Our core values: spirituality, self-development, self-leadership, responsibility, and accountability.
Good evening and welcome to the Global Teens Conference, Day 2. I'm so excited. Hi to our online audience. If you are there, say hi. Please write in the comment section where you are viewing us from. US, UK, Ghana, all over the world. Please drop in the comment section. Let us see where you are coming from, where you are viewing us from. And amazingly, I am Philip and I'm not alone. I have my co-host with me.
Hello everyone, my name is Imfreke, and hello to our online hosts Isabella, Chiamaka, and OJ. How was yesterday's meeting, and what are your expectations for today's meeting? Chiamaka, what are your expectations for today's meeting?
Good evening, everybody. Okay, so yesterday's meeting was amazing, honestly. And today, my expectations to learn better, to be able to achieve
Expectations for today's meeting.
um Yesterday's meeting was good evening everyone. Yesterday's meeting was so impactful and we learned a lot from our speakers yesterday. From our first speaker, we learned about perspective and like how to interact more with your peers and others like that. We also like learned a lot of how to be resourceful in this generation, how to like interact with our peers, not waste time on useful and unnecessary things. I think today will be like really interesting as we have more hosts that will be teaching us today, like more people and mentors that will be teaching us today. Yeah, thank you.
How was yesterday, and what are your expectations for today?
Everyone. So yesterday was really impactful. We learned a lot from the first speaker. What I took home was that the existence of a problem proves that the solution exists, which is something that is really true. And so today, expect today to be as impactful as it was yesterday, and probably even more impactful than it was yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, so today we have a lot prepared for you guys. As we'll be having the first speaker of the day, the second speaker, our mama, the queen mother, Auntie Etima, the third speaker, our auntie, Auntie Wendy, and then we have a question and answer for Auntie Etima, and then the big announcements. So these are what we have for you guys, planned specially for you guys, our online audience.
Wow, and trust me, yesterday was mind blowing.
Yeah, it was.
Yesterday was mind blowing. I'm so thankful. Yesterday was mind blowing. We had a lot of amazing things to learn from our speakers. I could still pick out one that says that you cannot change your destination, just pass your direction. Hmm.
I remember. I think that was from Zara.
Yes, that's from and if you use both right, and then okay, so this point I'm actually going to. There are also times that you also miss your route, and then what the app does is it will look for a way to actually point you back to route to still help you get there. So there are actually times that you have even missed it like years back, and you felt okay, I'm not doing anything with my life right now, but there is still scope for you to be able to turn around and do what you are expected to do. It's not too late to be that amazing team that you're expected to be. It's not too late. So we are banking on you to put your ears out there, learn, and get your hands working. You can do amazingly well if you do what you're expected to do.
True. And then one of the speakers, that was Uncle Kwe. One of his teaching that really got to me was instead of being the, instead of allowing them to pressure you,
Be
be
the
the
treasure.
treasurer. Woo! Like it just resonates with my spirit, you know. Instead of following the trends, you know, different kind of trends coming up, you can bring
Great.
yours, you know, bring your own trend. If you know in the Bible, Jesus didn't follow the crowd;
Mm-hmm.
he led the crowd. So
Very
instead
true.
of being a follower, as a resourceful teenager, be a leader. Take the step, let others follow. Just be leading, you know, just do something, let others join you instead of following others to do the things that are not right. It's all right to follow others to do the things that are right,
Very true.
but
Very
then if it comes to the things that are not right, you do it yourself while others
true.
follow.
Okay, now here is still something I also learned. It said, don't wait for what Nigeria or the world has to offer you. Look at what you can offer the world, because we have folks who are done with school, and the only thing they're thinking of is, let me see how I can get a job, and pay bills. That is the normal mindset. Now, but if you look at what we have in the world today, we have less jobs than we have people who are seeking out for this job. So instead of you thinking, how will I get a job? How will I think of how you can create value? And which we all know, when you have value to give, people are willing to pay. So sit down and think of how you can actually create your own space within, like our mama will always say, it is a big market, and there is room for everybody to cut their own share. So if you are out there, stop being little. Stop thinking, okay, if it is not this way, then there is no other way. There are a whole lot of ways that you can be who you're expected to be. As a teenager, you can start early and start doing amazing things.
Yeah, and another point was the one that they said a resourceful person is a skillful person. What can you do? What can your hands do? Like I can remember before now, I wasn't really a fan of cooking. It wasn't like I didn't know how to cook, but it wasn't. You know, it's not everybody that would like the kitchen. wow, I've gone far. And then it just brings back to being resourceful. If you are resourceful, you can think, you can make use of your hands, you can create things, you know, you can explore. You won't just be based in one place. You will try out new things, you know, invent yours, you know, and do different things.
Very true. Okay, okay, just let's say let's use exactly what you said now. If you had not learned how to cook, yeah,
Now,
per
yeah.
se, you would have spent so much buying food out there, and maybe perhaps you could even get food
I won't even
poisoning
still be
at some point.
sacrificed, you know.
So you see, but then you actually learned these things, and it helped you a great deal out there. So that is still also the very same thing we're also saying to all teens out there. There are things you can learn from mommy and daddy. Don't just wait. Mommy, I've not done this. Mommy, you've not done that. Mommy, learn at the spot. Okay, see, you could even ask questions. Daddy, you did this last week. How did you do it? Or how do you think I can actually learn it or get by it? Because you would not know what knowledge you'll be needing later in life. Every knowledge, like say, no knowledge is a waste. So everything is key. Okay, Isabel, if you are there, just share with us one thing that you feel that kids or teens should learn from in our world. If you are there, please.
Okay, OJ, can we have you? Can you tell us one thing?
So what seems to learn these days that they should not like we're born in this world, but they should not be of this world. They should act differently. They should like be the difference. Can anyone hear me? Chai. So they should please can I get the question again? I wasn't really hearing. It wasn't loud.
Okay, so ask again. What do you think teens can learn in this stage, early stage of their lives that will be fruitful to them later in life?
Okay, so they should learn that what like whenever they are when they do something wrong and their parents correct them is for their own good because there will come a time where they won't exactly be with their parents, they'll be on their own and they'll have life challenges where there won't be anyone there to cater for them. So whenever their parents correct them, whatever their parents correct them now will be what will help them in future to be able to be confident. So yeah.
Isabel, are you there? So, what's one skill
Yes.
that a teenager can learn that would make him or her a resourceful teenager to the world, firstly to his family?
Um, I think like a skill or habit that a teen can learn to be more resourceful to their family or to the world is either like tech or like just generally having discipline. Because I feel like in general, discipline is a skill that you have to like build over time. You have to work on it because discipline helps you get like really far in life. You have to be able to sit down and like be committed. I feel like I don't know, a lot of people don't really look at that as being a skill. They see it as being a habit. But I feel like skills are something that you build over time and you have to work on it. So I feel like
Thank you so much. So we have our first we have our first speaker for the day, and are
Yay!
you ready? Are you ready? Are you if you are set for Uncle David? Let me see you drop your comments in the comment section.
Yeah, type ready.
Uncle David is ready to come blow our minds because you have to
Yeah.
learn about youthful vices. And the next voice you will hear and the next face you will see will be that of Uncle David.
So sit back and relax.
David Folaranmi is a Christian, a fervent lover, and a follower of Jesus Christ. David is a qualified economist, psychologist, a public speaker, a writer, and a certified counselor with specialty in addiction and substance abuse recovery. Mr. David Folaranmi is the founder and presiding director of the David Folaranmi Foundation, with the sole aim of creating a better world by putting humanity first. Let us welcome Uncle David Folaranmi to the Global Teens Conference 2024.
Good evening, everybody. Please, can you indicate if you can hear me? I was having problem hearing from the other end. I just want to make sure that you can hear me. So if the host can let me know, please, can you hear me? Am I audible? I can. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Isabel Ojo. Thank you, Tokwe Adeniro. Thank you all very, very much. So I want to apologize ahead for two things. My voice is a bit soggy because last night I had a very long session, so I spoke for a very long time. Coupled with that, I broke my tooth. So my wife made this very delicious meal for me, and then I bit a piece of bone, and then my premolar broke. So I hope you would forgive me for the way I sound in this session. But it's my prayer that God will see us through. And at the end of it, we shall learn something very important. Also, please forgive my background if it's not clear enough. I'm actually in transit. I just got into Abuja and I'm going somewhere else, but I had to stop by to do this. I count it a great privilege to be among a group of teens globally who are ready to take the world by storm, of course, in the positive. I want to thank the Queen Mother, my teacher. Auntie Etima is my teacher. That's what a lot of you might not know. Auntie Etima is my teacher. I want to thank her for the opportunity, for the privilege to be here in your midst, to speak to you and to learn from you. Because when I was listening to some of the amazing things you have learned in the course of the conference, I had my pen and my jotter and I was taking things down. It just shows that there is hope for our future because we have teenagers who have made it, who have proposed in their hearts that they won't be like just any other teenager. They're going to be teenagers that are going to grow into world changers. And I want to congratulate every one of you that is here today. I say thumbs up to you. You're doing well, and I love you. Thank you very much. The Global Teens Conference with the theme, The Resourceful Teen. I think I have very limited time, so I'm going to go into what I have to say very quickly. The Resourceful Teen. The Resourceful Teen. Now, before I go into my slides, I want to ask what or who is a resourceful teen? Who is a resourceful teen? I'll give you five pointers as to what a resourceful teen is. Whenever I teach, I always want my audience to examine themselves, to mark themselves, and to score themselves, and then they can answer themselves. For in your case, you can now answer yourself if you are a resourceful teen. So number one, please, the person controlling the slides, just hold on. I'll tell you when to go ahead. Number one, a resourceful teen is a problem solver and a solution provider. Please hold on with the slides. A resourceful teen is a problem solver and a solution provider. We live in an interconnected global community where there are different levels of problems that we face as teenagers. Now, I'll tell you something. Gone are the days where for every little issue you are faced with it as a teenager, you have to run to mommy, you have to run to daddy, you have to run to Auntie Etima, you have to run to your teacher in school, you have to run to your pastor. We are now breeding a group of teenagers who are providing solutions to the problems that they are being faced with. That is who a resourceful teenager is. We are now bringing up teenagers who provide, who solve problems that they are faced with. So when we want to segregate resourceful teenagers from non-resourceful teenagers, we look out for those who have built in themselves capacity to solve problems, to create solutions to problems. Not always looking for answers. Not always looking around. Who can we meet up for answers? No, they are there to provide solutions to the problems they face as teenagers. Let me tell you something. You cannot be a problem solver or a solution provider if all you do is watch TV from morning till night. You can't be a problem solver or a solution provider if all you do is sleep on social media from morning till night. You can't be a problem solver or a solution provider if all you do is gossip from morning till night. It takes building of capacity to become a solution provider or a problem solver. That's number one. Number two, I think it was Isabel talking about discipline, self-discipline. A resourceful teen is a teenager that is self-disciplined. A resourceful teen is a teenager that is self-disciplined. What is self-discipline? Self-discipline is the ability to do what is expected of you, irrespective of who is around you. Self-discipline is doing what is commanded of you as a teenager by God, by your parents, by your coaches, by your teachers, not what is convenient for you. I take that again. Self-discipline is doing what is commanded of you by God, not what is convenient for you. So you can wake up in the morning and you don't feel like getting up. But because Auntie Etima has taught you in the girls' hub that in the morning you need to get up and take up your routine, your morning routine, then you get up without Auntie Etima having to come to your bedroom to tap you. Then you are a teenager that is exhibiting self-discipline, which means you are a resourceful teenager. I like what, I'm not sure if it was Isabel that was talking about it. I like what she said. You can grow your self-discipline muscle. It's like a muscle. So start from where you are today. You don't have to wait till you are as disciplined as your coach is. No. Start from the little things. Wake up in the morning and make your own bed. When you make your bed, don't go back to it. Self-discipline. How many of us are able to motivate ourselves to do what is good for us? Not a lot of us. A resourceful teen is a teen that practices self-discipline always. A resourceful teen is a teenager that practices self-discipline always. Not some of the time, but all of the time. Apostle Paul was speaking. He said, don't you know that we all run? We are all running this race, but only one will obtain the prize. Therefore, run that ye may obtain the prize. There are millions, I'm talking about billions of teenagers all over the world, all running the race from teenagehood to adulthood. Not every one of them are resourceful, because not every one of them practices self-discipline. If you want to win the prize in your teenage race, then you must practice self-discipline. There are several aspects of self-discipline, and I know you have been taught all of that. Sometimes you need to make up your mind that you will not do certain things as a teenager. Daniel chapter 1 verse 8. And Daniel purposed in his heart that he will not defile himself with a portion of the king's meat or the wine with which they served. Daniel was a teenager at that time. Go and check your Bible. Daniel was a resourceful teenager taken as a captive into another man's land. Yet, he said, while the others were eating vegetables and he was offered very nice Chicken Republic chicken and very nice burger and very nice cold Hollandia juice, Daniel proposed in his heart. He proposed in his heart. He said, no, I'm a teenager with a difference. He said, no, I am a resourceful teenager. I will not. I will not. I will not. Until you get to the point where you hit yourself on the chest and say that you will not do certain things anymore, you still haven't got to the point of being a resourceful teenager. Number 3, I'm just going to give you 5 so we can go into our teaching for today. Number 3, a resourceful teenager is not a wasteful teenager. A resourceful teenager is not a waster. I go around today speaking in different places, churches, schools, religious centers, youth gatherings, and I see an army of wasters who call themselves teenagers. And we wonder how we got to where we are as a nation, and as a matter of fact, as the world. We have teenagers who are wasteful, wasting our time on things that are not profitable to us, wasting resources. Your parents work hard to give you what you should spend. You have no budget, no financial literacy. You just waste everything. You're not a resourceful teenager. No. When there is a roll call for resourceful teenagers, a waster cannot be part of it. When Jesus fed the 5,000 with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, when they finished, what did he say? Gather that was remaining. Gather it together. Do you think Jesus that fed 5,000 people could have not said that they should throw the rest away? Oh, our Lord Jesus was not a waster. So who are you copying wastage from? I was in Port Harcourt and I heard a teenage girl talking to another teenage girl say, so you said you dey off data. Why you know if you just leave them on like that for spending of money that you did not work for? Waste. Some of us just don't waste only resources and time. Some of us waste sense. We waste sense. Because in us, God has deposited a well, treasures of wisdom. Yet we lay it to lay fallow. We don't harness it as teenagers. I read in the news a couple of weeks ago, a 17-year-old girl that got scholarships into various universities in the US. That's not a waster of sense. That's someone that uses the deposits of wisdom that God has given to her. Put your hands on your head wherever you are, teenagers, and say, I will not waste my sense. In your seated positions where you are watching, put your hand again on your head and say, I will not waste my sense. Waste it. Number 4, a resourceful teenager is a teenager with a teachable spirit. A teachable spirit. You are willing to learn. Some of us are sent to camp, and I know that even though Auntie Antima is commandant when it comes to camp. Look, I have 3 daughters. The first one is just going to be 4. I'm telling you, she knows Auntie Antima's name. I tell you the truth. Because they know that once they are of age, as a matter of fact, Auntie Antima said I should send them now, I ship them over. Once they are of age, they will go for camp and they will go and learn. They must love to learn. To be a resourceful teenager, you must enjoy learning. You must enjoy learning. How do you become a problem solver or a solution provider if you don't like to learn? Some of you are adverse to correction. When you are corrected, you squeeze your face and you swear like puff puff. Where do you think you are going to? With such behavior, where do you think you are going to? Where do you think you will end up? You end up in the pit. You end up in the pit. If you hate correction or you hate to learn or you don't have a teachable spirit, you end up in the pit. There's no glory for a teenager who doesn't like to learn. No. None. Go and look back. Ask your parents, ask your coaches, ask your teachers. When we were back at your ages, those that didn't like to learn, where are they now? Swept away into oblivion. No sign of them anymore. You haven't gotten into a place where you should, where you say you have learned enough. Yet, resources are being made available to teach you that will profit you, that will benefit you. Yet you get upset. You don't want to learn. You want to do things your way. You can't go far. No, you can't go far. You must have a teachable spirit. You must have a teachable heart. You must be willing to be corrected. You must be willing to gain knowledge. That makes you a resourceful teen. Finally, a resourceful teen is a purpose-driven teenager. A purpose-driven teenager. Every single one of you listening to the sound of my voice, and everyone that will watch the replay later, please know that you have a purpose for which you are on earth. Our Lord God, talking about Prophet Jeremiah, the first chapter of that book, says, before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew thee, and I have ordained thee to be a prophet. Luke chapter 2, verse 49. Our dear Lord Jesus was missing. His parents were looking, oh, where's Jesus? Where is Jesus? Where is our Jesus? And they started going around. And they found young Jesus in the temple. And then I'm sure they were very mad, especially Joseph, probably. Maybe Mary would have had some soft spots. Where have you been? And Jesus looked at them and said, but don't you know, in verse 49, chapter 2 of Luke, don't you know that I should be about my Father's business? At the age of 12 or 13, Jesus knew what his purpose was, that it was about his Father's business. Now, what is your excuse for not knowing what your purpose is? You don't have a purpose in life, you will waste that life. You can't be resourceful. Nothing is driving you. You wake up in the morning, there's nothing that is driving you. There's no goal. We can't even talk about goal setting and vision without purpose. How do you set your goals outside your purpose? The purpose-driven teenager is a resourceful teenager because he or she knows why they are on earth. Ask yourself, have I identified my purpose? If you haven't, it is not too early to go on a purpose search. Talk to God in prayers. Talk to Auntie Etima. Talk to your coaches. Help me to discover my purpose that I might not live a wasted life. Too many adults get to 40, 50, 60 and say, oh, had I known. Life has gone past and I've lived a wasted life because I didn't live in the center of God's purpose for me. As a teenager, go on a journey of purpose discovery. Go on a journey of purpose discovery. It will set you on track for a resourceful life. It will set you on track for a glorious future. It will set you on track for a life of blessings. Please don't live your life outside your purpose. You will live a wasted life. And that brings us to our topic today. Overcoming the urge to engage in youthful vices. Now, to live as a resourceful teen, you must stay away from youthful vices. To live successfully as a resourceful teen, you must stay away from youthful vices. What is an urge? What is an urge? An urge is an intense feeling, desire, or craving to either engage in a behavior or to consume something. I'll take that again. An urge is an intense feeling, craving, or desire to engage in a behavior or to consume something. In this case, we are looking at the overcoming that urge to engage in youthful vices. Now, there are so many youthful vices: prostitution, exam malpractice, internet fraud, so many of them. But for the sake of this class, I've slimmed them down to 5 that we'll be talking about. So please, can we go on? What are youthful vices? What are youth social vices? Now, these refer to harmful behaviors and practices commonly found among young people that are considered detrimental to themselves first, to their families next, and to the society at large. Harmful behaviors and practices found among young people that are detrimental. What does detrimental mean? It means it brings you down. Detrimental, something that is not for your own good, to themselves, to their family, and to the society. These vices often stem from peer pressure. I like what one of the speakers said: you should not give in to pressure. You should be the pressure. Yes, you should start pressuring people to do the right things. That is when your resourcefulness is complete. It's not enough to overcome peer pressure. For your resourcefulness to be complete, you must pressure people to do the right things. Societal influences, because as teenagers, we are exposed to what's happening in the society. No matter how much Auntie Etima tries to cover us from it, you will be exposed to it. But she can equip you with the right skills, like what we're doing in this program, so that you don't give in to these social vices. Now, the 5 we are looking at today: substance abuse, which is very common in our society; bullying, for obvious reasons, a lot of things we have been seeing in recent times; sexual immorality. I hope all of us have read Maintain Your Whites. Even me, as a man, I have that book. I have 2 copies. So I hope all of us have read it. Gambling and fraud. Those are the 5 social vices we're going to be looking at today. Can we go on to substance abuse very quickly? Substance abuse, very quickly. Slides, substance abuse. Okay, so substance abuse, commonly known as drug abuse, is very common among our youth today. Now, this is my area of specialty: substance abuse. Substance abuse is the use of illegal drugs. I'm sure some of you know the names. I won't be calling them for you. Or the misuse of legal drugs. Any sort of use of any illegal drug, any drug that is a contraband, that is banned by the government, is substance abuse. And then when you misuse legal drugs like paracetamol, vitamin C, tetracycline, ampiclox, any of these things, if you misuse it or use it in a way that is bad for your health, this is defined as substance abuse. Now, substance abuse can lead to addiction. What is addiction? Addiction is a disease of the mind, a chronic relapsing brain disease that makes you do things that you don't want to do, irrespective of its harmful consequences. That is addiction. That is addiction. Apostle Paul, speaking in Romans chapter 9, he said, I find myself doing those things that I do not want to do. And those things that I've said I will do, I find myself not being able to do it anymore. I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about. That is addiction. Last year, I went to a school in Lagos, very expensive school. After I had finished speaking, a young girl came out to me and said, Sir, I'm struggling with an addiction. I said, you're addicted to what? She said, she's addicted to drugs. I said, how did it start? She said, it started by drinking. She saw alcohol in her father's room and she drank it. And then somebody gave her another type of drug. And then he graduated to another type of drug. And now she can't concentrate in school anymore. And my heart wept for her. My heart bled for her. And I invited one of the professionals I knew to see her and conduct a test on her. I shared this story with Auntie Etima last year, June. And when they conducted that test, they found out that her liver had gone bad. Before this, I asked her how old she was. She said she's 13. 13. 13. In one of the most expensive schools in Lagos. So her parents had the money. And then she had liver cirrhosis as a result of the damage that has been done to her liver from excessive drinking. 2 weeks later, I got a call from that same doctor. Said, David, where are you? I said, I'm fine. I'm at the airport. She said, please, can you sit down? You know, when somebody calls you and they tell you to sit down, that means it's bad news. Because this doctor knew that my heart was running after that girl to see that she's saved and she's rescued. I mean, a 13-year-old girl. I have 3 daughters. At the time I was sharing this, at the time this story was happening, I had 2. But I could only imagine the pain she was going through. And this doctor told me that after further examination, they found out that one of her kidneys had gone bad. And now she had to be on dialysis. My young brothers and sisters on this conference, imagine a 13-year-old having needs to have a machine connected to her to perform the functions of a kidney. One dialysis session is about 150,000 naira. Of course, it depends on where you're doing it. And you need it an average of 4 times a week. So you're spending about 600,000 naira to wee-wee. The same wee-wee that you go to wee-wee at will. You now have to spend 600,000 naira to do it. Come on. Is that the type of life you want to live? That is what substance abuse can do to you. And it is ravishing our youth. It is eating deep into our teenagers. The age of initiation into substance use is reducing day by day. We are seeing 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds starting to use drugs. Risky behaviors. Drinking the rest of alcohol they see in a cup. That's where it starts. That's the risky behavior you have to avoid. It leads to death. It leads to death. For the wages of sin is death. And I'm not just quoting that scripture. I have a practical example. 2 years ago, I was in Lagos. A mother called me crying frantically. I said, Mama, what's the problem? She said, they just gave me her number. Another 13-year-old. That's 2 13-year-old stories I'm giving you now. I said, what is the problem? She said her 13-year-old son is on drugs. I said, what drug is he on? She said, Kolos. On Kolos. Some of you have even started singing it as a song, not knowing the level of damage it is doing to a person. I said, how old is your son? She said, 13. My heart sunk. I was working on a project, so the phone was on speaker. My wife was there, and I could see my wife just look very dejected. I said, okay, ma, I'm not around now, but I'll give you a number of somebody who can go and be talking to your son, because you know what? You get into drug addiction now, we don't even have rehab for you. There's no rehab for your age. So we just try to patch it. In the entire country, we can't get a rehabilitation center that is suited to the needs of a young teenager. So I sent somebody to go and talk to the boy. And then I got back to my station. 2 weeks later, my wife said, babe, how far? That woman that called us that day, have you called her back? I said, oh my God, I forgot. He said, let's call her. And I called her. I said, Ma, how's your son? She said her son died just a day before that call. Drug addiction, substance abuse, it leads to death. Drug abuse, substance abuse, it leads to death. It leads to death. It leads to a destruction of your life. It leads to a destruction of all your dreams, all your ambitions. It leads to pain. I told you this is my area of specialty. So I'm very passionate about this subject. I've seen it destroy lives. Auntie Etima followed me to the bunk in Abuja to go and see where drug users live. People from good homes. You are not exempted. You have to watch out, guard your heart with all diligence, so that the thoughts of using drugs will not enter into it. I was a victim. Went to university a mission university in Nigeria, and somebody wanted me to take drugs in the school campus. I went to the UK for my master's. I was in London, to be precise. I lived with Europeans, always using drugs. And then one day I gave in, and 7 years of my life wasted. Gone. I can't recover those years ever again. That's a story I can't delve into because of our time. So please, if you haven't learned anything in this conference, stay away from substance abuse. It will ruin you. It will destroy you. It will cause pain and irrecoverable damage to you. It will break your family apart. So we have scriptures. Please take the scriptures down. Thankfully, the slides are showing them. So number 2 is bullying. Bullying. Bullying is a social vice that aches me so badly, because it just shows that the perpetrator of the act of bullying is not a resourceful teen. Every bully you know is a coward. Every bully you know is an unresourceful teenager. When you repeatedly want to hurt somebody, threaten somebody, intimidate somebody, you do this all on purpose. This could be either physical, this could be social, this could be cyber, which means online, or emotional. It just shows the kind of person that you are. A non-resourceful teen that is only out to cause mayhem. That's a social vice. It is not cool to be a bully. No, it's not. No, it's not. 90% of bullies that I knew in my school back then are nothing now. So because you feel that you are physically bigger than somebody, you now want to intimidate that person. Come on. How does that make you a better person? How does that make you a bigger person? That's not even cool. It doesn't make you a cool teen. That's just wicked. Pure wickedness. People have committed suicide because of being bullied. People have developed unreversible mental health challenges because they were bullied. We have people who are struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder because they were bullied. If you are involved in bullying, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it today. Stop it. Bullying can also be online. You hide behind the keypad and then you start insulting people. That is wrong. That shows you are an uncultured teenager. You are an irresponsible teenager. You are a very unresourceful teenager. If you know you are guilty of bullying of any sort, let this be the end of it in your life. Go through the Bible scriptures, Romans chapter 12, verse 18, and Psalms 34, verse 12 to 18. Please, can we move on? What's the next social vice we have? Fraud. Fraud. Sometimes I think about the level of fraud in the country and my heart bleeds. Nobody has dignity. There's nobody understands dignity for labor. Everybody just wants to get rich quick. I have to adjust my sitting position. Last year, I went to Delta State. Warri, to be precise. And when I finished the program, I was in a counseling session of a group of young teenagers. I don't know why 13 is very common. No, 13, this age 13. Maybe because that's where teen starts from. This age 13, a 13-year-old boy, he came up to me for counseling. Why did he come up to me? He was struggling with substance abuse. That's drug abuse. And he needed help. So when I dug in, I asked him, I tried to find out why he's even doing it. And then I found out that he's into internet fraud. Yahoo, Yahoo. Yahoo, Yahoo. He opened his bank app and he showed me a staggering amount of money that he had. I won't tell you people how much, but I think I've given Auntie Etima the story. The money was more than the money I have in my account. I said, why are you doing this? Why have you decided to be a thief and the source of pain to another person? There's no level of justification. There's no reason that is justifiable for you to do that. No. We must understand the dignity of labor. We must understand that it is worthwhile when you work for something and you achieve it legally, not by false pretense, not by lying. I have a young boy in my rehab because we have a rehabilitation center in Enugu. I think they might be watching this. I have a young boy in my rehab. He was in university at the age of 17 or thereabouts in Abuja, one of the private universities in Abuja. And all of a sudden, his parents could not find him anymore. All hell broke loose. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? We are looking for him. Where is he? Where is he? They couldn't find him. This young boy had gone to another state to go and do HK. That's the first time I'm hearing of HK. What is HK? You go to another place to go and learn how to do fraud. You leave school that your parents spend millions of naira for because you are lazy, you are wicked, you are slothful. And then you go and be learning fraud to dupe other people. Now, while he was there, he was kept in a house, he was locked up, he was beaten every morning to learn the fraud and to make money for the capon. This is a true life story. And even when they were feeding him, they gave him food only once a day. He told me some stories that made me cry because he said sometimes he has to stand on his feet for hours holding his computer and sending fraudulent emails. No time to rest. And whenever he got tired, they will force him to take drugs. So he must stay awake and he must do the evil bidding of his boss. What sort of life is that? Is that the type of life you want to live? Stop copying the wrong example set by our predecessors. Stop copying people who you don't know the source of their wealth. Stop envying them. Stop it. It doesn't lead to anything. It leads you to problems. You're a 17, 16, 17, 18-year-old. Then you see people driving big SUVs with spinning wheels and grills in the front, and then you want it. How does that work? Life is in stages. Men are in sizes. Go through the sequence of life diligently, and you will achieve what it is you want to achieve. Not by false pretense. The story of that young boy, I'm telling you, he remained in that captivity, because it's captivity, in that prison for 8 months. His parents were looking for him. Imagine, left university, a private university in Abuja, where they are paying in millions, travel to another state to go and learn Yahoo. What rubbish. Why? Discontentment, lack of vision, lack of purpose. As a teenager, if you know where you're going to, you don't need to go and do Yahoo to get there. No. If you have a proper roadmap that you have set and you are living towards, you have written it down, because the vision says, the Bible says, write the vision down, make it plain for all to see. I know Auntie Etima has taught you all of this. Stick that vision on your wall. Every morning you wake up, you read it. You don't need to do fraud. You don't need to dupe somebody of his money. You don't need to suffer the consequences of these things. You think it won't come back to hurt you? You think it will come back to hurt your children? Simply because you are in a hurry, get rich quick schemes. That boy was there for 8 months. He has not recovered. He's still in rehab now. He has gone to 2 universities after that. He can't stay in school anymore. The drugs they have infused him with to try to make him keep up with that fraud has damaged his life. And now we need the grace of God and all the professionalism in our capacity to try and set him back on track. You know how many years he has lost? Don't envy those you see with ill-gotten wealth. Don't. 1 Timothy 6 verse 10. Ephesians 4 verse. The slides have been taken off. So just go through the scriptures, please. Ephesians 4:28, Proverbs 12:12, and Proverbs 10:9. Please take down the scriptures. Yes, let's go to the next one. Sexual immorality, perversion, indecent dressing, masturbation, pornography, it all falls here. This is Mama Purity's. This is her strong point. I learned from her. Any sexual behavior that goes against God's commandments. Of course, teenagers are not married, so I don't know. We just added adultery there. Fornication, homosexuality, bestiality, prostitution, which we now call hookup, pornography, any form of pornographic content, including watching twerking, is pornographic. Masturbation, lustful thoughts, do away with it. Indecent dressing. The other day, my house is in Enugu, is close to a university campus, a Christian university. I was driving out. I saw 3 young girls at about 7 p.m. right there by the side of the road. They had worn long clothes, of course, because in the school, indecent dressing is not around. Right on the road, I mean, they had gone a bit far from the school. They took off those clothes to now reveal what they were wearing inside. Obviously, they were going for a party or something of some sort. So you can imagine. Who are you deceiving? Your precious body has now become public property. And you think it's cool? You are digging a grave. You are digging your grave. The quickest way to live a life of pain and suffering is to engage in sexual immorality. Let me tell you, God's standard has not changed. The Bible remains the standard that you must live by. There should be no sexual relationship between anybody that is not married. And when you are married, it should be one partner. Don't let what the West is selling to us, the Western world, don't let what they are selling to us deceive us. Don't. You dress, all your breast is outside. You dress, all your thighs are outside. You have become Tokumbo. In fact, you're not Tokumbo again. You are now Nigerian used. You know Nigerian used cars? How it makes noise. Buguru, 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 buguru. Nobody wants it anymore. No matter how beautiful it looks on the outside, everybody would prefer that brand new one that is in Coscharis. Have you seen Auntie Etima dress before? I was watching her on one of her Facebook posts that she wore one flowery skirt. My body was jumping. I said, look at how a human being is dressing. Look at how a human being is dressing. And that's how she has been from the time I've known her till now. So where are you getting your own example of indecent dressing from? Because that's where it starts from. Sexual immorality, that's where it starts from. Exposure of your body parts. Exposure, indecent exposure. There's so much we can talk about in sexual immorality. You can't be a resourceful teenager and be watching pornography. Hey, it clouds your brain. You can't be resourceful. You can't be a problem solver. You can't be a solution provider, because the part of the brain responsible for wisdom, for bringing solutions, for creativity, for ingenuity is blocked by those lustful thoughts. Go and read it. Go and research on it. There were a group of 4 friends when we were in Covenant University. I finished from Covenant University. Doing very well. When they finished from Covenant University, 3 of them had first class. 1 had 2-1. They were always together. But one was always lacking behind. But nobody could actually detect what the problem was. 3 of them finished with first class. 1 with 2-1, meaning that one that finished with 2-1 is also intelligent. They all went for their masters. 3 finished with distinction. 1 finished with just a pass. And then 5 years down the line, all the 3 doing exceptionally well, and 1 was struggling. And one day he opened up. He said he has been struggling with masturbation and pornography from the days of Covenant University. Right now, this is the difference between them. He's not more where they used to be. Why? Because he has clouded his mind with pornography, which is not allowing him to be a resourceful person. I beg you, stay away from pornography. Stay away from lustful imaginations. It's all embedded in sexual immorality. And is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Is it doable? 100% is doable. You don't have to conform to the standards of this world. Everybody in your class is allowed to wear low, I don't even know how you people call it, low-chested shirt or whatever it is that exposes them. You are not allowed to, because you are a resourceful teen that has gained something from the Global Teens Conference. If you have been doing it before, if you have been pretending, when Auntie Tima is there, you dress like Reverend Mother from head to toe. When you know she's not there, you now wear what you want to wear. Like the example of those girls I gave, you are not doing anybody, you are doing yourself. Very soon, the difference will be clear. Because what is expected of you, you will not be able to produce it anymore. What is expected of you to produce intellectually, you won't be able to produce it anymore. Let's not even talk about unwanted pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases and infections. What about destroying your relationship with God? What about it? Genesis chapter 39 verse 9. One of my favorite stories in the world, in the Bible. Joseph, Potiphar's wife, seducing him. You must sleep with me. You must sleep with me. But Joseph said, my master has put me above everything in this house apart from you. How would I sin and do this wickedness against God and against my master? No, I won't. Lie, rara, no, I won't. And Joseph fled. He fled. Imagine the temptation. Just a worker, and then Oga's wife wants to sleep with him. You know the kind of money he will have made? You know the kind of bragging rights he will have had among his colleagues? Now me and Oga's wife, they run things. But he said no. Because he valued his relationship with God. Because he was a purpose-driven individual. So I'm not going to do it. You must get to that place where you say, if I perish, I perish. I will make a vow like Job did with my eyes that I will not sin. I will not look at another woman lustfully. To the boys, let me give you a trick. Let me tell you something. To the teenage boys, you can't go out again now without seeing rubbish. You can't avoid it. It's unavoidable. Do you know where the problem is? the second look. I was flying today in the airport. One girl wore Ole shirt that was empty, now transparent. There was nothing inside. Did I see it or not? Yes. When I saw it, what did I do? I removed my eye. And not to look again. And that's it. If not that I'm mentioning it now, God bears me witness, I've forgotten about it. Even in church, you find people who are dressed like that. So you can't help it. You will see it. But it is the second look that causes the problem. When you decide to look again, that's where the problem comes. Make a vow this day, the 26th of May, 2024, that you will not look at another woman lustfully. To my precious female teenagers, make a vow that you will not dress indecently again. If you don't know who to copy, copy Auntie Etima. If you don't know who to copy, copy Auntie Etima. Look at her dressing and just copy it. Our time is almost spent. Please, let's go to the last one so we can quickly round up. Can we go to the gambling? Gambling. That's the final one we're going to do today. Manchester United. Yesterday we won Man City. I'm a Man U fan, so we have the bragging rights. Did I gamble? Did I say Man U was going to win? No. Gambling has become another social vice that is eating up the destinies of our youth today, male and female. Male and female. I get cases of young persons, females now, that are writing down scores, that are predicting scores. And I say, where are we going to as a nation? Gambling is highly addictive. Of course, gambling is risking your money or staking your money or something valuable on games, bets, hoping to win. It is very risky, and it often leads to you losing more than winning. And it can be highly addictive as drug abuse, as addictive as masturbation, gambling. It beclouds our memory. It causes us not to think straight anymore. It causes us to make uninformed decisions and lands us in trouble. 5 minutes, please, Auntie Etima and the host. Let's quickly go through. Just quickly, let's go through the causes. Just take them down. What are some of the causes or the reasons why people go into social vices? Number one is peer pressure. I'm sure we know what peer pressure is. You can't have been coming here and you know. Dysfunctional family. I know some of us come from broken homes or families where things don't work as planned, and we think it's good enough reason to engage in some of these social vices. No, it's not. The social dynamics, the inability to interact with the community or the society, or to read interactions between groups of societies and individuals, it causes us to engage in social vices. Lack of moral education, that's another problem, but it's something we can live above. Thankfully, we are in this conference now. We are learning. I'm learning from you. You're learning from me. That is education. Yes, let's go on. Curiosity and experimentation. They say curiosity kills the cat, but thank God we're not cats. We are human beings. So we shouldn't let curiosity to get the better of us, to want to go and try or experiment with some of the things I've said you should not do. You say, this thing Uncle David is saying, let me go and try it. Please, I beg you, don't let curiosity get the best of you. Influence of social media, the unguarded, pervasive social media is ruining our teenagers today. Please and please and please, left to me as teenagers, you shouldn't even be exposed to social media for now. That's the truth. Until probably you get to a stage after your teenage years that you can have exposure to social media, which of course should be monitored even at that stage. Lack of positive role models. Look at this young boy in this picture that is filled with tattoos and all of that. I'm sure some of you know one or two musicians who are tattooed like this, and probably that's his role model, or maybe his father's role model, so they now tattooed the baby like that. Some of us, we have wrong people as role models. Last year I was talking about creating positive relationships. Who are your role models? Who are your role models? Are your role models people that smoke marijuana in their music videos? Are those the people you look up to? Are your role models people that wear things that they call skirts, that all their bum is outside? Are those the people that inspire you in life? Those are wrong models. Yes, go on. Stress. As teenagers, it's very easy to get stressed out. And that is why we must learn stress management. I'm very sure you are learning this in the Girls Hub. And Auntie Etima is teaching you as responsible teens how to manage stress, because stress pushes us to want to try some of these things. However, if you understand the soft skill of stress management, you wouldn't have to use stress as a reason to engage in social vices. Okay, let's go on. Lack of engagement in positive activities. You can look at him playing his Nintendo Wii and eating whatever it is that he's eating. Nothing positive to engage in. No positive activity. So he's just left to do that. Now, how do we prevent getting involved in these social vices? How do we prevent getting involved? Number one, let's go. Education and awareness. Of course, that's what we are doing now. We talked about moral education. Now we are countering it. And Tetima has put this together for free. None of you paid. For free, so that you can be educated and she can create an awareness so that you don't have to fall into some of these traps. You must be educated, you must be enlightened, and you would now be empowered to live a life above these youthful vices. I'll take that again. You must be educated, you must be enlightened, and then you will be empowered to live a life above youthful vices. Let's go. Number two, discipline. Now, you've been taught about self-discipline, and I also said that a resourceful teen is a teenager that is self-disciplined. Another way to prevent struggling or the urge to get into social vices is for you to submit yourself for discipline. There's a difference now. We've talked about self-discipline. Another aspect is allowing you to be disciplined by those who are above you. I don't know if that makes sense. This is the practices of training individuals, particularly children, of course, and teenagers, to follow rules and exhibit appropriate behaviors through instruction, practice, and reinforcement. Allow yourself to be disciplined by mentors. Allow yourself to be disciplined by coaches. Allow yourself to be disciplined by your parents. Allow yourself to be disciplined by God through His word. There must be instruction. You must carry out that instruction through practice, and there must be reinforcement of what those instructions and practices have been, how they've been taking place. So it's very important. It's one thing to discipline yourself, but that's not enough, because you can't know everything. You must subject yourself to allow discipline from outside, of course, from people. Yes, please go on. Positive peer influence. I think we must promote peer-led initiatives where young people can influence each other positively through peer education and support groups. Who are your friends? Who are your friends? 90% of the people that come to me for drug abuse treatment, they got initiated or they got involved by their friends. Cultism by their friends. Indecency by their friends. So who are your friends? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Don't allow people pick you as friends. You pick your friends. You pick your friends. As teenagers, this is the most critical stage of your life, because most of the friendships you form now might last you a lifetime. Most of the friendships you form now, the associations you form now, might last you a lifetime. So pick the right friends. Pick the right friends. The Bible says, he that walketh with the wise shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. A companion of fools shall be destroyed. Who are your friends? Yes, let's go. I think we'll have one or two more. Building resilience. I'm very sure Auntie Tima has taught you about this. This involves learning coping skills and stress management techniques to handle pressure without resorting to harmful behaviors. Resilience. Resilience. I'm writing a book on resilience. Resilience. Learn those life skills, coping skills, stress management, anger management. That's resilience, resilient factors. You need to grow it. Just like self-discipline, you can grow it. And you can learn it. So give yourself into learning. Have a teachable spirit. That's a resourceful teen, to build resilience. Once you have been able to build enough resilience, you will be able to say no to these youthful vices. Let's go. Please remember what is being written under the Ignite Teens Bootcamp 2024 is coming up. Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, online and offline. Join the info room. seal your slot with just 20,000 naira. As far as I'm concerned, that 20,000 naira to seal your slot is nothing. There are only 100 slots available. Please hurry or call the number on your screen. Let's go. Let's finish up so that I don't take more of your time. Developing strong personal values. What are your values? Some of us don't have core values. Embarrassingly, some of us don't have core or personal values. We must have our core values. We must know our core values. Is it respect? Is it dignity? Is it spirituality? Is it compassion? Have your core values. Write them down. Paste it on the wall and live by it. Practice it. Ask people to rate you on your core values. You also examine yourself. You can't live life without core values. So what's guiding you? What's directing you? What's shaping you? Please, if you don't have core values, write them down after this meeting. Not before, not in the night. After this meeting, write your core values down. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Engaging in positive activities, in productive activities, volunteering at your teenage age. That's one of the best times for you to volunteer. There are many NGOs. Of course, here I wrote animal shelters. There are not a lot of animal shelters in Nigeria, but we have zoos. And then libraries. You can go to Witty Minds bookstore. Tell Auntie Tima you want to volunteer. For those of you in Abuja, of course, you can do that. That's a productive activity. Now, let me tell you how this works. Okay, let's go through the others. There's exercising, running, squats, things like that. And then, of course, joining a book club. Those are all productive activities. You know what this does? It secretes dopamine in your brain. Dopamine is the reward system of the brain. When it's secreted, it makes you feel good about yourself. So you don't have to go and use drugs. You don't have to do Yahoo. You don't have to dress indecently or engage in sexual immorality. You don't have to bully anybody to feel good. When you do these productive activities, it secretes adrenaline in your brain and it makes you feel good. That's how God created us. He has put that reward mechanism in our minds so that when you do something productive like this, it secretes it, and then you feel good with yourself. Try it. If you haven't tried it, try some of them. There are many other productive activities that you can try, but you can try some of this, especially exercising. Singing is also part of it. It will help you instead of giving in to some of these social vices. Quickly, my time is up. Yes, what's the other one? I think there's the last one. Boundaries. I knew there was something else. Setting personal boundaries. My dears, if you don't have boundaries, you are on a long team. You are wrong. You are very wrong. You are very, very, very wrong. Define what your boundary is as a teenager. As a resourceful teenager, define what your boundary is. Communicate what your boundaries are. It's not enough to have boundaries. Let everybody around you know what your boundaries are. That's how we know that you are serious. Not just having it in your head. Let people around you know. There are people you can't dare come to David and say, let us go to a beer parlor, because I know my boundaries and I've communicated it to everybody. So your boundaries determine the kind of influence you attract. Take that again. The boundaries you have set determine the type of influence you attract. You don't dress well. You dress like a prostitute. You attract people that want to sexually molest you. That's the truth. Communicate your boundaries clearly, and of course set great academic goals. Not just academic goals, but set goals that are focused on your general life's purpose. I would like to stop here. I want to believe that's the end of my time. I've taken a few minutes more. Thank you very much for every teenager that has joined us from all over the world. It's been a pleasure to have you here, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much to Mama, to Tima. Thank you to our God bless you. Have a blessed day. And then for this conference. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. How was the session? So, I learned so much from the session actually, from how to be sexually pure to, being more resourceful. I personally picked that a resourceful teen is a problem solver. Yeah. A resourceful teen is a problem solver and somebody that is able to face challenges that come their way, or like they're just able to take on whatever comes their way in general. I just learned that there are other different types of like urges, social vices like substance abuse, bullying, sexual immorality, gambling, and fraud. We learn how to abstain from all of those today. We learn about substance abuse and how we should stay away from drugs. Drugs lead to death, drinking leads to death, all those kind of things. I learned you shouldn't be pressured as from yesterday to actually doing all those things. So I would like to hear from my co-moderators also what they learned.
Okay, so the session was really impactful and I learned a lot also. And one of the things I learned was that a resourceful teenager is a purpose driven teenager, someone that has purpose. Like now, you can't be a resourceful teenager if you're not purpose driven. If you don't have a purpose that you want to drive, something that you want to become, you're not going to become a resourceful teenager. And then I also learned the social vices and urges. And there are some things that like happen, which is like number one. The first one is bullying, there's fraud, there's gambling, and then he also taught us ways to abstain from it, which is like for example, good exercise, mingling with people, good communication. Yeah.
Okay, so the section was amazing, and thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful teaching. So one of the things that I learned, or I'll say a few things about it. Okay, he said the quickest way to live a life of pain and suffering is to live a life of sexual immorality. And we can all agree that sexual immorality is a very rampant thing right now. You see girls of our age going out looking, we're almost half naked, if I must say the truth. So that really hits it. The quickest way to live a life of pain and suffering is to live a life of sexual immorality. And then number two, he said you can't be a you can't be a solution provider watching pornography. You know, pornography is watching naked people, people who are doing things that are sexually attractive, sexually innovative. So you can't be someone who brings out solutions while watching these things, because where solutions come from is damaged when you watch pornography, when you do this, when you participate in these vices. So these are many more because my book honestly is filled up from what I learned. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we have heard all your like reviews, and I now it's time for our break. It's time to stretch our legs, use the restroom, drink water, while we keep our eyes on some information that will be on the screen. Our game will be played after the parent session. So I hope everybody won't forget to come back after that. But all in all, this was a really, really impactful and empowering session. So everybody, it's time to rest, relax, stretch your legs, and get ready for the next sessions. So I think there will be a game after the parent section. So everyone shouldn't forget to come back. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Wendy Opata, and my experience at this camp has been quite impactful. I had an encounter with God, and the best part of it was I got to meet many professional mentors, and got to share my problems and get help and the likes of it. and I met new people, made new friends, communicated more.
First of all, I want to start with the encountering I've had. I gave my life to Christ. I bought my bad habits. I've seen Jesus. And I also want to thank my parents, my mom, my dad for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And I want to thank Otetima for allowing me to be here.
My name is Wendy, and I'm a member of the Ignite Teen Mentoring Bootcamp Lagos 2023. Because before, like, I felt God in many different ways and many different places at many different times, and it's something that really helped me grow mentally and spiritually. And I also learned how to speak up well and become a better person.
I had an encounter with God. I made new friends. I was taught self-discipline. I realized that I was able to grow more in the spirit here, more than I even expected.
I had a special encounter with God during the camp, especially all the events during praise night, purity night, and other events made me have special encounters with God and also gave me the Holy Spirit. I want to encourage everyone to come for this camp because it's a very special camp which helps you draw closer to God.
I had an encounter with God, a very good encounter with God. I saw Jesus and learned how to pray and fun and so on. I want to give a shout out to my parents, a big shout out to my parents for bringing me here because this was my first time coming to this night camp.
My name is Tuli Lokwen, and I'm here to share my encounter in this boot camp. For in fact, this boot camp is an encounter kind of boot camp where you have an encounter with God and the rest. I've been able to build my spiritual life, but I came here spiritually drained. But I've been bruised in the spirit, and here has taught me how to build myself. And I've made great friends who are going to motivate me in my spiritual life also.
Somebody run in the spirit tonight. Release.
The Ignite Bootcamp that holds in 3 states in Nigeria was born in the city of Abuja by the convener and commandant Auntie Etima Ume. It was indeed a mission to ignite the next generation of young leaders by mentoring, coaching, creating opportunities for large scale, and of course, spiritual growth and enrichment. So every year we go to 3 cities in Nigeria: Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and Ignite has been ignited.
Yeah, I've experienced lots of things. I've learned how to make good friends. I know how to talk. I know how to express myself freely. I really want to thank my mom and my dad for supporting me, for encouraging me to come here and know more about God, to more socializing, to express myself the more and not be timid. And my friends out there, I want to encourage you to come, and when you come here, you're going to learn more things, you're going to know more about God, and you're going to have a very wonderful time.
My name is Toby Orekoya. I'm here at Ignite 2023 to experience what I can experience in my life. This experience is actually good for some of us who are like Ajay.
I want to thank my mom for registering me in this program. It has done so much for me. I also want to thank Auntie Atima, our queen mother, for always supporting us through our journey. If you're a girl and you're not in this girls' hub, you are really missing a lot. So I encourage you to join the girls' hub.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Youthful, and today I'm in the Girls Hub, and today I will be talking about what I love in the Girls Hub and what I've learned in the Girls Hub. So first of all, the things I've learned in the Girls Hub is how to be confident in yourself, how to believe in yourself, like you're able to do things that you never would have done before, and how you have the strength to control your emotions, keep your emotions to yourself, and how to be brave, like to stand up to what you never would have before. And what I love about the Girls Hub is that we're always together. We love to connect with each other, we care about each other, And this goes to our queen mother, Auntie Atima. We love her so much. Thank you for caring for us. Thank you for making sure that we're okay. And it has been very fun in the Girls Club since I joined. This summer, I was looking for a job. Well, I couldn't really go outside and look for a job. So I told my mom, I need a job. And she said that one of her friends needed babysitting for her son. So throughout the summer, I worked. I was babysitting and I was earning $10 each day, and it was overall pretty good. And I'm still doing this now, and it's been very fun. What are you waiting for? We need you in the Girls Hub. It's going to be so much fun. You're gonna have so much. You're gonna be welcomed. You're gonna be very welcomed. You're gonna be cared for, and we're waiting for you. Please join. Love you guys.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope we all enjoyed our rest. We walked around, we eased ourselves because the next session is going to be amazing. So, for the Girls Hub members, I want us to please have a drum roll. Let's shout out because the moment we've all been waiting for, and those who are not in the Girls Hub or do not know Auntie Tima or you're just part of us today, this is the moment we've all been waiting for to introduce the commandant of the Ignite Boot Camp and the Queen Mother of the Girls Hall. Please let us welcome Mrs. Etima Ume, our own Auntie Etima. Ma, you're welcome.
Atima Ume is a certified counselor, youth life coach, and experienced teen mentor who is dedicated her life to partnering with parents and organizations to provide guidance and support to help youths navigate their way through life challenges such as peer pressure, academic stress, self esteem issues, addictions, etc. For almost 20 years, she has trained, mentored, and coached teens in an empathic, non judgmental, practical, and humorous way to achieve their goals and strive to grow into responsible, purposeful adults. Her ability to understand and connect deeply to teens around the globe has endeared many teens, families, and institutions to her. She's the founder of the Responsible Teens Academy, creator of the Girls Hub, lead mentor at the Teens Roundtable, host of the annual Teens Mentoring Boot Camp, the Teens Easter Camp, and lots of other transformational programs. She constantly leads a teams of experienced teen mentors to train teenagers both online and offline. Her programs are heavily attended. Her desire to impact millions of youths has driven her to build a community of teen mentors she trains and mentors all year round. She consults and speaks for renowned private, religious, and public organizations. She's been hosted twice on Africa's largest TV network, CBN Africa, and other media houses. She's particularly known for her deep passion and love for girls who she believes are the much needed help for mankind. In the same vein, she serves as a strong voice in the area of morality and positive sexuality. Her bestseller, Maintain Your White, has sold thousands of copies within and outside Nigeria. She's the spiritually intelligent teenager, Sex Proof Your Home, and some of her many resources impacting the world. Her materials are available on Amazon and all over Nigeria. Auntie Atima, as she is fondly called, is married to Matthew Ume, an original Odogu. Together, they run Witty Minds Family Bookstore and are blessed with three amazing teenagers. With honor in our hearts, we welcome Auntie Atima. Atima
Hello,
Ume is a certified counselor.
hello. I'm so excited to be here. Finally, it's my turn. I've been waiting, and I want to say thank you to everyone for hanging in here. Yes, I can see my girls. Yo. My girls are the best. If you're not yet in the Girls Hub, what are you waiting for? Have you seen how amazing they have been since yesterday? They've been hosting, they've been moderating, they've been doing the voiceovers, they've been working behind the scenes, they've been highly resourceful. And so, to you, my resourceful queen daughters, I want to say a special shout out to you. And to all the boys that are also joining us from the Boys Leadership Academy, Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who is just hearing about us for the first time. I'm sure you're wondering, oh, a group of resourceful people, right? Yes, that's who we are. And soon, many of you are going to be speaking, while the rest of us will just be listening and learning. So get ready. 2025, we're going to have another set of speakers, young people like yourselves. You are going to do it because you can do it. Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. I do not take it for granted, and I hope you are ready. Hey, can I see your books, your pens, and your journals? You know how we do it now. We go the extra mile because where we are going to in life is a place of impact. Guess what? Round the globe. We are global and not local. Boom, write in the comments, I am global, not local. I am global, not local. A local person is somebody that doesn't need to read, doesn't need to think. It's like an agboro, the way they call it. You know, I can do whatever I can just do whatever I like. I can just go wherever I want. Sorry, you are local. As for me, I am global. And for someone that is going global, you must be intentional. You must be purposeful. You must be resourceful. You cannot be resourceful without a book and a pen. Cole work. All right, guys. I'm so ready. Can I have my slide? Excuse me. I'm going to be talking about something that is going to crown everything that we have done today. Yes, I can see you. I'm global, not local. Global, not local. Global, not local. It is the local girls that open their bodies anyhow. The global ones, they dress properly because they're going to be meeting presidents of nations. How about that? The local guys sag. They put tattoos all over their body. They wear long hair. They plait their hair. They make their nails. You can't go to the palace like that, son. You can't. You can't go to the palace with your breast open. They will stop you at the gate. So yes, we are going global. We're going global. Yes, thank you so much. The team needs to help me put up my slides. I need help. Should I call my girls in the girls hub to come and help me? If you people don't want to help me now, where are you people? Will you help me, my girls? Come and help me put up my slides. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so positioning yourself for lifelong global influence. Position, write it down. No? If you need to take screenshots, you better do. Lifelong global influence. That means you're not just looking at it now. You're looking at how you're going to continually be global. If I ask you, my dear teenagers, wherever you're watching me from, Canada, US, UK, Lagos, Ghana, Sierra Leone, wherever you're watching me from, and I'm asking you this question: what do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be when you are old? I'm going to hear things like, I just want to be rich, I just want to be a successful musician, I want to be a very wealthy a footballer or chef or doctor, aeronautic engineer, robotic engineer. You're going to architect. Someone has already said it. I want to be an architect. I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. Recently, we started to hear, I want to be a social media influencer. Yeah, I know some of you are here. I want to be a brand ambassador. Oh, I want to be a celeb. I missed you too, my baby. Now, all that is good, but there is more. Somebody write in the comments, there is more. There is more. When God created you, he created you with a plan. And that plan was for you to dominate the world. I need you to listen. My session is not one that you can be distracted in. Follow me as I'm going. My girls know how we do it. We don't have time to gist to people on the comments. We're moving fast, hot. That's how we do on the global stage. You don't come and be doing what I call the sanganama, like a jellyfish. Girls, remember, we're not jellyfishes. So you move at my pace. Are you ready? I was saying, there is more for you. You have grown past one profession, just association of doctors. They give you an award for being the best doctor. No. We have grown past that. God's plan for you is to dominate the world. From where you are to dominate. There is more to just being the first doctor in my family, to just being the first aeronautic engineer. There is more to just being a pediatrician. Because the globe is your stage, not your office, not the place you work. If I ask somebody what they want to be, say, okay, so I'll go to school in the US, I'll get a scholarship, and then when I finish, I'll come and get a good job. Oh, no. I'll stay back there. Or maybe I'll move to the UK. I'll get a job, I'll just get married, I'll have a beautiful house. That's it. Please, right? There is more. There is more to that. The plan that God has for you, it is far more than that. And that is why I'm saying to you that many of the things we want to be, on a more serious note, we heard it from our parents, from social media, from our peers. We don't really know what we want to be. We don't really know what we have been called to be. The topic is positioning yourself for lifelong global influence. Yesterday, I heard Ame say that you need to know who you are, self-identity. Then I heard Zara say the same thing. I say, oh, you need to discover yourself, meet with yourself. And today I'm saying again, discover yourselves. Because the truth is, everybody was created with factory-fitted global influence. Kadabada. Who got that? Write it in the comments. I am created with factory-fitted global influence. It came with me. I'm not trying to become an influencer. I always say, I want to be a social media influencer. Can't you see all the influencers, all the comedians, they are making it. Now I see boys are now behaving like girls because they are doing skits, because they want to be influencers. They want million followers. You are trying to be an influencer when you are already fitted, factory fitted to become a global influencer. I'm not talking about social media influencer. Social media influence is small compared to the plan that God has for you and for me. Somebody writes in the comments, I have been created with factory fitted, factory fitted. When you get a new car, you don't fix the radio into it. It came with it. It came with it. So you're not trying to be an influencer, you already are. Is somebody following? Yes. I am created with factory fitted greatness, factory fitted global influence, factory fitted impact making. When I see, you know what? Some of you don't know who you are. That's why I'm saying you need to discover yourself. When I see you, I am seeing power moving. But you're just seeing yourself, this boy doesn't like me. This guy, I'm having a crush. You don't know that you are so powerful. So you are busy concentrating on things that don't matter. Can I have my slides, please? You are focusing on things that don't matter. Yes, I'm waiting for more people to write in the comments. I'm waiting for more people to write that they know that they are factory fitted with greatness. It came with you. You are not looking for it. It's not missing. So who is an influencer? Let's talk about an influencer. Go to the comments. Tell me who an influencer is. I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to say an influencer is somebody that's very popular on social media. Right? Go write in the comments. Who are they? Who are they? Who are they? Where are they? Right. Who is an influencer? Who is an influencer? When you hear an influencer, what comes to your mind? Our celebs now, actors, actresses, musicians, comedians. Those are the people that we say, she's an influencer. One day I was traveling we were, myself and the team, were traveling to Lagos for the Lagos Ignite Teens Boot Camp, which if you have not already registered, by the way, you are late. And one of the team members said, Testima, look at this guy, look at this guy. Yeah, because you are not a Gen Z, you don't know this guy is a TikTok influencer. And I was like, duh, whatever. Yeah, I know. If some teenagers were there with me, they would have been hustling to take a picture with him because they see him as an influencer with large followers on TikTok. But let me tell you what an influencer is. An influencer is not just somebody who is popular for nothing. An influencer is regarded as an expert in a particular field. This person has active followership because people trust their opinions. People learn from them. People are inspired by them. So people follow them. That's it. So some of you look, Atetema does not have 1 million followers. I am a powerful influencer. You don't know. My face is on the vision board of some girls. Yes. I have evidence. I will not explain and be tired. I have evidence that my face is on the billboard of some girls' vision board. It's on the vision board of some girls. Why? They trust my opinion. I have inspired them. I am modeling right. I had Uncle David, and by the way, shout out to Uncle David. That was a powerful session I learned from. Who are your role models? Some of you, I can see your room right now. I'm seeing some naked looking people. They say you're calling them. This is my favorite musician. Just like as she can dance. I'm watching you. I'm just watching you from here. Because you cannot influence when you don't have anything to offer. Somebody writes in the comment. We're talking resourcefulness. I want to be an influencer. I want to have 10 million followers. And yet you don't have anything to offer us. You can't help us do anything. People can't trust your opinion. Today you are a girl. Tomorrow you are a boy. The next day you are both. And after you say, oh, there's no God. After you say there's God. After you dress naked. After you go to party. You are all around the place. You cannot influence us like that. You cannot influence us like that. You might have plenty of people liking and following you, but I tell you very soon they'll get tired. Because people will only stay with you when you have something valuable to offer. We want to come to your page. We want to come to your website. We want to come and listen to you, to hear what you have that will help our life and destiny. We're not here for selfie. One day I was sharing with some teenagers that, oh, I met one of the social media influencers. She's a comedian. Like, did you take a picture with her? Did you take a picture with her? Is that what I'm there for? I'm not there for pictures. If I have the opportunity to speak with her, I'm going to ask her a few questions and learn from her, not for picture. You cannot become an influencer when you have nothing to offer. Sorry, you're not. That means you are popular for nothing. You are popular for nothing. When you tell the truth, you do not have. Okay, that's a distraction. I need us to understand that an influencer guides the actions of other people. So I can sit in my room. Do you know that is why I can't be naked? Because if I try, I've said it once before, that I want to dye my hair blue. No, I didn't say I want to dye my hair. I was just gisting them, my teenagers in church, that when I was in university, I used to tint my hair a bit, not too much, just like brown. And that now I can't try it again, because if I do something that one is even a bit okay. If I do maybe dye my hair white, I don't know. Before I'll finish the statement, one girl said, if you dye your hair white, I'll dye my own pink, blue, red. Like, is dyeing of hair bad? No. But how am I positively influencing people? If I decide that I'll start wearing spaghetti, I can tell you that by tomorrow, many girls around the world will be like that. They say, our mentor, that's how she dresses, but we like it. If she's doing it, it's okay, we can join her. So an influencer uses the internet not as a show, please listen, not as a show. She uses the internet, he uses the internet as a tool for expanding their influence. Like now, I'm using the internet to expand, to reach out to thousands of girls and boys around the globe. I'm using the internet to do that. I'm not here to show people that I'm beautiful. Of course I am, I know. But that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to prove a point and say, oh, I can gather 10,000 people from across. That's not why I'm here. I am here to teach you. I am here to I'm here to help you gain the right perspective. That's what I'm here to do. Now, another reason why we are here as influencers, like I said, it is not to show off, but rather to serve others. As an influencer, which we all are, we are here to serve others with our gifts, our potentials, our abilities, our skills, and much more. Write it in the comments. That's why we are here. We are here to serve. So if you think that we're just here to just selfie everybody, just pepper everybody, you missed it. You are an influencer gone wrong. Influencer gone bad. You just want to show everybody that you have arrived. Arrived where exactly? God has put in you gifts, potentials, abilities, skills. What are you doing with them? You just come and be bragging. You don't know me. I'm the one that gets all the awards in my class. How does that help humanity, please? You get all the awards, and yet people cannot look up to you for solutions. It is a waste of time and resources. It's a waste of investment. If you cannot use what God has put inside of you to help humanity, it is a waste of investment, divine investment. Influencers are not limited by age. Somebody listening? Influencers are not limited by age, time, or people. You can begin influencing globally, not just locally as a teenager. This is because there are no boundaries. The world is your audience. The globe is your stage. So some of you just say, I just want to have a phone. If I ask everybody in this class, what do you want as a gift? iPhone. I want iPhone. To do what exactly? Is there anything that you want to use that tool? The phone is a tool. Is there anything you want to use it for that will bless humanity, that will serve? Let's use the word serve humanity. Let's use the word serve. That's what I'm saying. You don't have any boundaries. When we were growing up, we were restricted. You needed to be in a place physically before you serve or make an impact. But now you do not have any boundaries. You can sit in your room and speak and inspire and teach and help and counsel. You can even do a simple thing like book review and it's blessing somebody. So why are you restricting yourself? Why are you saying, oh, when I grow old, I'm going to be a very powerful influencer? You don't know me. I'm a powerful influencer that does what exactly? Okay, so let's go. What do you need to be positioned and known as a global influencer? There is something you must do. It's not just confession. I'm a global influencer. I am a world impact maker. I am a generational giant. Okay, so what next? What next? What next? First thing you need to do to be positioned as and known as a global influencer is to dream. Now, where are your cardboards? I ask everybody to come with their cardboards. Get your cardboards, or if you don't have a cardboard, get a plain sheet of paper, put it by your side, right? Then for 1 minute, we're going to do this exercise. I need you to close your eyes and look. As you look, what do you see? I didn't say you don't need to have boundaries. I said you don't have boundaries of influence. You have personal boundaries, but nothing is holding you because the internet is an opportunity for you to reach out to the world. So you can't say because I'm in Nigeria, like now, I don't have any boundaries. I can reach you. I don't have anything hindering me. Maybe the word I should use is not boundaries, but hindrance. Okay, I don't have any boundaries stopping me from influencing you positively. That's what I meant. Okay, let's go to our exercise. So close your eyes and look. Where do you see yourself? What do you see yourself doing? This is assuming you don't have anything you are afraid of. You don't have anything you're looking at as a challenge, anything stopping you. Just dream. I hope somebody is doing this exercise right now. I just want you to close your eyes, just like this. Calm down and close your eyes. Just dream. Just think. Just see yourself not where you are. See yourself in the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. See yourself in that place. Okay? Are you dreaming? Somebody said to me yesterday, I said, Tima, the last time I dreamt about my life, about my future, was when I was a child. A lot of us as teenagers don't dream again. You just wake up and your parents say, oh, you're going to make a good doctor, and that's it. You don't have personal dreams. You don't know where you want to be, what you want to do. You just say, I just want to be rich. I want to be the richest Nigerian. I want to be the richest child or the richest woman or man in my time. That's not a dream. Rich doing what? Is somebody dreaming? Now begin to write down what you saw. And I want you to do this as a habit every day. Because if you don't see yourself, if you cannot imagine it, you can't have it. If you can't imagine it, you can't have it. If you can't see it, you can't have it. Now, keep this cardboard. Keep this cardboard close to you. Write down all the things. I believe that some people have seen 3, 4, 5 things. Yeah? Write down all of them. Write them down right now. And keep it where you can see every day. Because out of sight is out of mind. Once you can't see it again, you will forget about it. We'll come back next year and I'll be asking you about what you dreamt of today. And some of you can't remember. Why? You just trashed it under your cupboard. Remove all those pictures of those your favorite musicians with tattoos all over your room, including the boys. Take them all down now and put up that cardboard. See yourself standing and speaking to thousands of people. That's what I want you to paste. After today, go and get pictures of what you saw. Because your brain can retain pictures, not words. Did you hear me? Your brain thinks in pictures, not words. So if I say phone, you are not going to think of phone. You're going to think of a phone, because your brain remembers pictures. So yes, I saw Dumebi saying, I saw myself in front of millions of people, and I was telling them, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. Dumebi, what I wanted to do after this session is to go online, get a picture of any of the maybe like Joyce Meyer, all these big, Joel Austin, Steve Harvey, and all these big people, John Maxwell. Look for any of their pictures where they were speaking to large crowds. Photoshop it out, put yourself inside, paste on your wall. And tomorrow, maybe I'm going to testify that you saw well. Some of us don't have dreams. You have replaced your dreams with pornography. You have replaced your dream with MSA. With what are the other names? My girls were telling me the names of all the rubbish that they watch, that girls watch, not them. They were just telling me nonsense things. That's all that is in your brain, oh. Is that what you want to become? You want to just Blackpink? Don't mention. It's okay. Let's talk about the good things. You saw yourself as an inspirational speaker. Put a picture and paste it by your room. Some of you, your parents are telling you to be what you don't want to be because you don't know what you want to be now. You have not dreamt. I'm not talking about dreaming of somebody pursuing you in the night or dreaming of all the things you watch in the day. No, I'm talking about dreaming of your future. The picture that God has put concerning your life. It is your job to do it. You're sitting down here saying, everybody's now a brand ambassador. Me too, I'll be a brand ambassador. Did God tell you that that's what you're going to be? Somebody said, I saw myself walking on the street, seeing myself on visual screen, talking to people all over the world. I saw myself performing a surgery on a man's brain and co-surgeon, and I was the lead surgeon. Oh, my goodness. I saw myself having a concert, talking and inspiring people all around the world. The people that are writing a singer, a dancer, do you see that you are not dreaming well? You are singing what? What are you singing? You're singing. What is the content of your? So go back and dream again. An influential singer singing what? When you sing, what happens? When you sing things, people get healed. You think it's to come and dance, shake bum bum and be going. You have not started. You see the way who is this person that described her dream? Mary. She said, I saw myself performing a surgery. I was the lead surgeon. That's how to dream. You dream, you describe your dream. Please go back and do this exercise very, very well. Now, let's move to the next way to position ourselves. Your habits. Your habits. I want to say shout out to Nathan for preparing my slides for me. I vowed that this year, you people that will do everything for me, and he did it well. Shout out to you, Nathan. God bless you. I appreciate your help. Habits. Show me your habits, and I'll tell you how resourceful you are. Show me your habit. I'll tell you how successful you are. Do you know I can predict who will be successful or not? As at now, I can. Even at the comment section, I can predict the successful people. Yes. If I stay with you for one day, I can predict if you'll be a success or not. And I'm not being an evil prophet. Why? I will observe your habits. I will observe your habits. You see any results you want to see tomorrow, anything you want to be tomorrow, start it today with your habits. If you want to see good results today, copy good habits. Tomorrow, copy good habits today. A habit is a routine or a behavior that is repeated constantly and it now becomes a part of you. You start doing it without thinking. Some of us now, we can't sleep until we watch movie. We cannot sleep until we listen to all this dirty stuff. That's all you know how to do. It's a bad habit. It won't take you anywhere. You will now be bullying people that are not joining you. You don't know that you are the one that has a problem. You are the one that has the problem, not them, actually. So check your routine. Recently, I went on a 30 days habit builder. There were some new habits I wanted to build. And I'm on day 6 or 7. I've been ongoing. Like every day I track myself. Some of you are here. They tell you to do journaling. I don't like journaling. It's very stressful. You are not ready to be a success. No, you are not. No, you are not. Because journaling helps you build the habit of self-reflection. And if you don't self-reflect, how do you become a star? How do you become a success? How will you pass? Habit is a settled regular practice that is hard to stop because of how often it is done. With time, your habits are done automatically. You don't think, you don't plan, you just do it. Some of us have very many bad habits. So yeah, your habits, check them. Everything, my mommy, my daddy, my mommy, my daddy. For how long? No, tell me now, for how long? For how long? The time for you to begin to lead yourself is now. And it starts from the habit. When you tell yourself that every day, I must do this, I must read, I must create, I must think, I must write, I must read my Bible, I must journal. You must do it every day, not some days. Some of you girls help. Excuse me, when they come and ask you, what have you been doing? You'll be complaining. It's hard. I'm finding it difficult. You are not yet ready. Some of you that your parents are still disturbing you. Have you done your chores? Have you done you're not yet ready. Until you do it so often that it becomes a part of you, you are not ready to be a global influencer. Do you know that wealthy people are the most disciplined people ever on earth. Do you people know? You think that they just wake up and just start flexing? Wealthy people are very, very disciplined. They have a routine they follow every day, and you can predict it that by this time they are going to be doing their exercise. By this time, they are going to be journaling. By this time, they're going to be having a meeting. By this time, they're going to be resting. By this time, they're going to be speaking. Every day, every single day, they do the same thing. So if you are here and you are still saying, oh, I don't know, it's so hard, I don't really like it, you are not ready. Now, let's look at a few habits that you need to build intentionally. Please, can you screenshot this page? Because I need you to paste it somewhere. Look at it. Reading. There are more. I just decided to pick a few. I picked about 7. Reading, which means every day you are learning something new. Please listen. 7 most important habits you need to build now as a teenager. Number 1, reading, which is learning. Rising early and organizing your life and your day. Reflecting, which is journaling. Reviewing yourself, your day, which is mindfulness, meditation. Reporting, which is taking instructions and staying accountable. Relearning, which is listening to podcasts, attending trainings, etc. Now, in reviewing your day, in reflecting on your day, in rising early, you have your relationship with God. It is part of it. So many of us, apart from morning devotion, family devotion, we don't have personal time with God. Why? Because you've not built it as a habit. So if mom does not call you, no prayer that day. If daddy forgets to call you, no prayer that day. It's not yet a habit. Those of us that are always sleeping late and waking up late, I hope you know it is a bad habit. Those of us that hate journaling, I hope you know it's a bad habit. It's not, it's that it's a failure habit. You will fail with those bad habits. It's the truth, it's not a prayer. You will struggle. Those of you that don't like mentoring, I don't like it. All these mentors, their own is too much. I want, they should leave me, they should free me. They are cramping my style. Oshe, they are cramping your style. If you don't have the habit of taking instructions, you will end up unsuccessful. Now it's not possible. Look at all the successful people. They all have mentors, they all have role models, they all have people that are instructing them, they have coaches. There is no star without a coach. Show me one. Please mention one star that does not have coach. If I ask you, when last did you listen to a podcast? Answer that one in the comments. When last did you listen to, aside coming for this program yesterday and today, when last did you listen to a podcast? A YouTube trainer. You just go to YouTube, go and watch Campus High, go and watch K-drama. You watch all this. When you finish, you go. You now say, I'm going to be the greatest doctor on the earth. I'm going to fly a plane that never runs dry, never falls down. You see? How will you become like that? Successful people become successful by studying successful people. Now, listen to me. Anything you want to become, you have to behold. So recently, my daughter has been going on a journey of hair growth, skincare. Every day she watches a video of how to do the hair, how to test the hair, what material to do the hair, and now her hair is growing. Why? She was constantly learning about how to manage your growth, the hair growth. So it will become. If you want to lose weight, you will be watching about weight loss. You start doing as they are saying, you will lose weight. There was a time I was doing a lot. Podcast is teaching. It can be audio or it can be virtual. some time ago, I was trying to learn. I was trying to improve my memory. I started to listen to, what's this guy's name? He's the number one brain coach in the world. Every morning when I wake up, I listen to him. Every morning I wake up, he's Chinese. I listen to him every morning. I did it for like a period of time. So it is what you listen to that you will become. It is what you behold that you will become. If you are not relearning, you are on your own. Many people are saying none. I need you to learn that habit. Cultivate the habit of listening to podcasts. Sometimes it's 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. As you're getting ready for school, just play it. Mommy, please help me play this thing. Choose what you want. Don't be every time you're watching people dancing. They are using you to make money. Don't know. What's the next thing you need to do to position yourself? I'm seeing so many none. I'm not happy about it. I hope that this is one thing you take from this conference. Listening to podcasts, watching inspirational videos. That's how you are going to become a success. That's how you're going to become a global influencer. Let's move. Next thing, choices. So the first one we mentioned was what? Was dreams. Second one was what? Habits. Now we are going to choices. A wise man once said that when you are born, you look like your parents. But when you are old, you look like your choices. Amongst young people, some don't like making choices because they are afraid of being criticized. Abi, they are afraid of being criticized. So they will now join what everybody is doing. They will now choose to join. Some of us are people pleasers. I don't want to be left out. I don't want to be the only one left. So you will now join. What kind of choice is that? Others make the wrong choices because they don't even know any better. This is why I need you to go and learn. So that when your friends are telling you the wrong thing, you say, no, that's not correct. I've always told people, I don't believe in peer pressure. You know now, those of you that have been following me for long, I don't believe in peer pressure. Is it that it's not there? It is there, but I don't believe that it's that powerful. Thank you so much, Auntie Adaku. TED shows. See, TED shows is something I need all of you to begin to do from today. Every time I have a session with a girl that is addicted to entertainment stuff, K-pop, pop K-drama, etc. The first assignment I give her is TED show. I say, since you like watching people speak, right? Go on every day. I have some of them. Every day they listen to TED Talks. Every day. Those of you that want to be world-class international speakers speaking alongside me, yeah? Go and watch TED Talks every day. You will see that your presentation capacity will increase. Please listen. Your choices are the things that determine how far you go in life. Your choices. Because if you choose that I don't like learning, I'm not going to learn, no problem. My own is to encourage you. I can't force you. It's okay, it's your choice. Right? Put down your question, the moderators will take it down. Thank you, Austin. If you choose that, look, I'm going to be a celeb, I want to be an influencer, and the team has told us that an influencer is not a popular for nothing. An influencer is somebody that is changing the action and the cost of other people. I have to be sensible to be an influencer. I have to be sensible to be an influencer. It's a choice. So you now choose that I will read. Yesterday, Zara was saying that she reads 4 books in a month. It's not a lie. Because at a point, I would see one book. I started reading that 1 year. I finished 1 year. I finished 1 year. For someone that was not a reader before, she just woke up and just decided that I will start reading. You can decide to do anything. It is your choice. Meanwhile, I've been shouting, read since. I've been shouting, read. And I'm saying the same thing to you listening to me. Read, learn, grow, make better choices. You can choose to listen or you can choose not to listen. But get ready to face the consequences and or the benefits. So you either face the benefits or you face the consequences of your choices. Now we need to run. Let's go. These are the choices that you need to make that are very important. Strong will, that means you determine to stand out. Your staying power, you determine to focus on the end result. Service, sacrifice your comfort. Look at the moderators. I can see Chiamaka, I can see OJ, I can see Isabel. They are at the back end. You're in your house, you are chilling, you are sleeping, you are doing what you like. They cannot do that because they are serving, so they have sacrificed their comfort. You think they will not be influenced as tomorrow? They will be now. It's a choice they have made. What else? Solve problems. Choose to solve problems, to think, to create. Then what else? Strive. Strive to constantly develop yourself as a lifestyle. See, I cannot do without self-development. As I am finishing one course, I am taking another course, I am spending money on myself. I'm not buying designer shoes and bags. I am building a designer brain. I am building a designer lifestyle, a designer mindset. I am building a designer personality so that tomorrow designer things will come to me. I don't have to buy them. Because I have grown myself so much that I'm now design itself. I'm now a design. Let's move. What else do you need to do to position yourself? Relationships. The relationship you keep is an advantage for you. First of all, your relationship with God. Then with specific people. God sends you those people. You need to discern them. Yesterday, Uncle Okwe mentioned about discernment. It's not everybody that comes around you that is meant for you. No. It's not everybody. Some people, God has sent them to you. You need to discern them. When I look at my life, everybody that God has put around me was sent to me. My husband, my best friend, my best friends, my staff, my children, my siblings, my younger sister, she was my first coach. My parents, the people I work with, everybody, they're all sent. Not everybody is my friend. Sorry. I can say hello. Even my mentees, they are sent. They are sent, carefully sent to me. So please check it. Not everybody in your class should be your friend. Not everybody in your school should be your friend. Everybody in the box is your friend. My friend, my friend. They are going for party. This is my friend's party. You join without vetting. Watch out. Okay, so let's move. Be strategic when you're choosing friends. If you choose friends who are not resourceful, they will drain your resourcefulness. Please write that down. If you choose friends that are not resourceful, they will discourage and drain your resourcefulness. There's no resourcefulness that you have, they will drain it out. You say, what is it? Now every time you're the one, are you the only one? Abi, how many of you have those kind of people in your class? Are you the only one? Must you talk? Must you help? Must you serve? Must you move? Once you have friends that are not resourceful like you, they will drain your resourcefulness. Meanwhile, your friends are the ones that are supposed to pump you up, ginger you, energize you. But because they don't believe in being resourceful, they just believe that we can just lounge, just play. This life now, it's not that. Do you see? You will not become a global influencer like you plan to be. Finally, skills. No one will seek you for nothing. People will come to you for something. People will come to you for solutions. No one will seek you for nothing. People will come to you for something, and that something is a solution. Write it that way. No one will seek you for nothing. People will come to you for something, and that something is a solution. Is a light. People are not coming to you for certificates and awards, so they are good, but people need more than that. So your friend is having struggle in school, okay? Your friend is having some kind of pressure and is not able to cope, and the friend now comes and meets you and says, "Ah, see what I'm struggling with, oh, I don't even know how to even cope." You now start saying, I came first in my class last. How does that help the problem? The person tells you that I find it difficult to say no to, negative peer pressure around me. You now say yes, because I was the best, I was the award-winning student in my class. Is that a solution? This person has a problem. The person tells you, I don't know how to sleep early. I'm always hiding to watch porn. I'm always hiding to watch movies at night. You now say, see my certificate last year, I came first. No, now. People are not even going to come to you because of your beauty. Yeah, you are fine, Abby. No problem. You are very stylish. No problem. People are going to come to you because of the solutions that you carry. What can you do? What can you do? I heard a moderator speaking earlier. A skill is something you can do. And please, this is the point I make the big announcement. We have the Resourceful Teenager series that we're just launching today, immediately after this class. The Resourceful Teenager series is out. I want you all to buy it with your money. Tell your mommy that, please, can I have that money in my piggy box? I want to buy this Resourceful Teenager series. We are giving a discount from now till Children's Day, end of Children's Day. By 12 midnight into the 28th, it goes back to the regular amount. And it is expensive because it's a very good resource. There are 3 in 1. You buy 2, you get 1 free. And you get the most expensive one free. So go and get money from your bank account and purchase it today. Tell yourself that I will not sleep until I buy this resource. Because that's what is going to help you. In that resource, I listed, different kinds of skills. Tomorrow is Children's Day, 27th May. Skills that you can use your head for, your hand for, all manner of things. I listed them. I explained about relationships. Somebody is asking about bad friends. Go and get the resource. You will love it. It's very interesting. It's not too long, but it has everything you want. So somebody is saying thank you, my darling. Thank you for thanking me. That's such a great virtue that you have there. It took us a whole lot. The price, I think, is going for, instead of 20K, it's going for like 5K or 5.5. We have been working on it. Everybody has been putting their hands in. It's supposed to be 5K, and 10K, but we're giving it for 5.5 for everyone. It's supposed to be 7.75. I think 7.57. Don't worry, you see it on seller. The team will put it up. But we're just giving it to you for this brief amount between today and tomorrow. 5.5. After there are three powerful. I look at these resources. I was like, should I just keep it to myself, or I should just give it to my teenagers that I love so much? It's a must-have. Even me, I'm using it. If you're a teen mentor watching me, I need you to get that resource. You will love it. You would love it. Teen mentors here, I see you all. Shout out to you. It's not UK money, it's Nigerian money. I'm in Nigeria, ma. But if you want to buy from the UK, it's going to charge you in pounds, and it's going to also charge those in the US in dollars. You have 5,100, so you need some more naira. Please, the team, how much did you say that this resource is? Please, can you give it to everybody here for 5.5 just for today? Just for today. By tomorrow, they say it's 7.5. That it's not 5.5. But I already said 5.5. So for everybody that buys today, it is 5.5. Before you sleep, 5.5. That should be a few dollars. That should be like $5 or so. £35. You have too much money. You can even buy for your friends. Okay, so let's move. My time is almost up. From your lemonade stand, awesome. So people are going to use from their businesses. From their businesses, you can buy from Ghana. When you click, it will give you in CDs. Don't worry. Okay, so use part of your money and buy. Somebody saying buy what? Don't worry, you will get it. We are buying a resource that will help us to be global influencers. That's what we are buying. Teenage time. Please, let's go back to our lesson. Everybody look at the screen. What do you see there? Look at the screen. What do you see? Teenage time is a time for learning, for practicing, for building. That's what it is for. It's not for flexing. Hey, it's not for flexing, for chilling. No, please, I hope you caught that. Teenage time is not a time for flexing and chilling. It's a time for learning, practicing, and building. If you missed it, you will struggle as an adult. Very simple. I hate to deceive you. This is the time for investing. And you start the investment now. Free time is your worst enemy. Invest in your head, in your hand, in tech skills, in money skills. That is why we are giving to you the Resourceful Teen series as a guide. So that you will not say, I don't know how to be resourceful. We have given you a guide now that will help you. Go and start telling your mommy, mommy, please help me, help me. They are putting the link of how you can get that in the group right now. They are just three. They are just three. Jumebi remembers, I said that anything we do not deal with now will deal with us later. Please write it down. Anything you don't deal with now will deal with you later. If you don't deal with managing your time, it will deal with you later. It dealt with me. I'm not telling you what they told me. Me, I was a very poor time manager. I didn't deal with it as a teenager. I didn't learn it. I didn't deal with journaling as a teenager. I used to journal but once in a while. It was not a core for me. It was not a daily routine for me. Omo, it dealt with me. Oh, because as an adult, there are so many things I need to journal. I'm a celebrity now. Okay, give us events that have happened. I don't have it recorded. It has dealt with me. So whatever you don't deal with now will deal with you in future. Somebody says, anytime I try to invest my time in making money and learning skills, my mom complains that I love money too much. My darling, is just an opinion. Don't worry yourself. Please go ahead and balance your time. Maybe mommy is complaining because you're giving too much time to it and not giving time to your academics. You need to balance everything out. Your academics, your relationship with God, your relationship in your job, in your family is part of it. Your social skills is part of it. So manage everything together. Go and get that resource. I talked about it there. Powerful resource. I'm very proud of myself and the team that put it together. All right. So in conclusion, yes, I asked us to come with our sprays. Where are your sprays? This is my spray. This is my spray. Can I see your spray from where you are? Where are my moderators? I want to see my moderators and their sprays. I asked everybody to come today with a spray, and I want us to do an experiment. Okay, so you have a spray with you, right? Now, let's spray. Everybody, I'm going to do 3, 2, 1, go, and then you spray. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Did you see that? You sprayed. So where is it now? Where is it now? It has gone. Oh, really? It has gone. That is how your life is. Your life is a vapor. It's like this thing we spray. Look at it. When you are spraying it, see my own. You can see it on the screen. When you are spraying it, you can see it. After some time, it's gone. People are shouting, Jesus, Jesus. My dear, it is the same way I shouted. Do you know that this thing is in the Bible? Our life is a vapor. It is here today and gone tomorrow. It's here today and gone tomorrow. So you need to act now. Those of you that are still in it, you're just in it. I'm just 14 now. Beg, I still have time, I'm just 16. I'll be fine. My dear, your life is going like this vapor. You are here today, you are gone tomorrow. I remember when I got admission to read to JSS1. Look at me today. 1992. I remember the day I got to school. Look at me today. Time is going. I remember when I got married. I remember when I graduated from secondary school, from university. Look at me today. You are here today, you are gone tomorrow. Act now. I want to end with Daniel. Daniel in the Bible. Daniel was a teenager like you. Daniel. He was a teenager, but guess what? He started to solve problems for kings as a teenager. He served 3 different kings. Daniel served 3 different kings. So if you're sitting down here and saying, no, when I'm old, I will just be very resourceful. I will solve problems. Daniel started to serve kings as a teenager. He served King Darius. He served the son. He served this other one. He served 3 different kings. He served till old age. Have you seen somebody that remains relevant in different generations? So we say, but I'm just 16. I'm just 17. You are already too old. How relevant was Daniel? That he served, and then I can imagine what was happening. Daniel would say, when one king is going, that king will say, please, make sure you keep my son. Hire Daniel, he will help you. He's very resourceful. Then that king will rule and now tell his predecessor, you don't have Daniel on your team, get Daniel into your team. And every regime wanted Daniel on their team of ministers. Are you kidding me? You think you're too small? Daniel was gifted just like every one of us. However, he put his gifts to work. He left it as a legacy. Will you do the same? That's my question to you today. Someone says, I'm only 9. I have a successful business. It's better for you. It's better. In the girls' hub, we have 6, 7, 8 already practicing how to start their business. So don't even come here and tell me, those of you that are old and you're still flexing, you're still doing, how many followers you have on TikTok? We have left you behind. We're talking about resourcefulness now. Yes, I have their pictures. They send me their pictures and videos of what they are doing. Yes, their businesses are not like all the big businesses in the world, but we have started. Is that not how it should be? Let's start now. We're not saying that that's the only thing you do in life. You might even stop it, but you are learning. You don't just wake up and boom, I just arrived at the White House. Boom, I'm in Astor Rock. That's not how you get there. You start solving problems from where you are now. And it becomes a legacy. Daniel left a legacy. Daniel was a reader. The Bible says that Daniel understood by books. I don't like reading. It's only dark diaries. I just like all those fun. Any book that does not have pictures, I don't like reading it. You're not ready for influence. You're not ready because people are not going to come to you to laugh. Are you a comedian? Why are you making us laugh? You just be giving us gist. We want more. We want answers. We want solutions. That's what we want. So when the kings have problems, they call Daniel. This person cannot remember his dream. They'll call Daniel. They are calling Daniel. And then we are here saying that we are 16, 18, yet they are begging you to come for conference. They are begging you to listen. They are begging you to concentrate. You just want to flex every time. I cannot come and go and kill myself. You know now, because I cannot come and go and kill myself. And you want to make impact. With who? Where exactly will you pass? So this is it. This is my charge to you. wake up. Wake up. Write in the comments, I'm awake. I am awake. I am headed for the top. I am headed for the top. I want to thank everybody that, stayed up till the end. We are going to take, I think I should just stay here and then we just have the comments so the moderators can take over. But thank you so much, everybody. Somebody says, I'm wide awake. Yes, be awake, oh. Awaking, oh, ye that slumber. Because influence time is now. Influence time is now. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be a blessing to all the teenagers around the world. I celebrate you all, especially my girls in the Girls Hub. Somebody is saying, how can we join the Girls Hub? Okay, so the team will scroll down, just pick up the number, and then we're going to put it on the group. We're going to put it on the group how you can join the Girls Hub. Thank you so much, everybody, and God bless you. Okay, so I see some people are still asking about their all right, so the resources are available on Seller. They are e-resources. The team is putting together the link. Go and start buying. Somebody says I should not go. I gotta go. I love you so much, Adita. I guess that was said from a place of love. I love you too. Okay, thank you everybody for
Okay, that was an amazing session from Auntie Etima. I'm so sure you guys learned a lot. Yeah. Man, I wrote so much, like, okay, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My God, I wrote a lot of points. She dished out. She dropped it hot. I've been seeing influence, but I'm not sure I'd actually seen it in this light before. That was mind blowing. That was amazing. If you enjoyed that session, please show off. Write. Say, Auntie Etima, thank you so much. You can write it. You can actually type, and we'll see. And also, please share if you actually learned something.
She was dropping it hot. As a queen mother, she was just dropping. One of the things she said was teenage time is not a time for catching cruise or chilling. It's not a time for doing anyhow. It's a time for learning, practicing, and building. And it just took me back to my teenage years when I started working with Etima. That period, we were doing more of reading, more of building up ourselves. We had books we read every month. We went to her for engagement to hear how she speaks. To watch the way she speaks and the things she talks about. So teenage time is actually a time for building oneself, because if you fail now, you will end up being a failure later, because you building a better life later will be harder because you didn't start it now. So a teenage time is a time to set the foundation. You have to lay the foundation for being a good person, for being a person with good habits, with great habits. So that particular point actually got to me.
Wow. See, also, I actually picked something that was key. She actually said there is this way the brain works, that it is much easier to pick pictures than it is with. Because I was like, okay, which is why I think you have from this conversation. She said if you are asked what is a phone, or can you say phone, the very first thing that actually comes to your mind is the picture of a phone, not the pH or any. I'm like, whoa, true. So now this actually shows us why it is key to have mental pictures, good mental pictures, and just as you said, dream. Make use of your ability to dream, and then guess what? It's totally free.
It is. You don't pay a dime to dream. Like it is free. And whatsoever your mind can see, can capture, whoa, can achieve it. You can. It is just the fact. If you can, like you said, if you can think it, you can become it. And if you choose not to dream, there is nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing.
And there's another one that she said, your choices are the thing that determines how far you go. You know, the choices you start making are those tiny choices, from waking up early, sleeping early, reading, eating healthy. Because there are people whose food, only the things they eat are just snacks, all these junk and taking of all these bottled drinks. And if you check, those bottled drinks has preservatives that at some point gets to affect a human's body. And so those choices you make now, it's what will determine how far you go. What are the choices you're making today? Are you reading good books? As Mama said, of getting involved with TED Talks, motivational speaking. You don't want to be big like Antetima or maybe bigger. You know, they say your students will always be bigger than you. So she wants us to actually be bigger than she is. So those who wants to be bigger than her can start small by listening to motivational talks, listening to her speak too, you know, and listening to other speakers, watching motivational videos and all that stuff. That's only how they will be better when they grow older.
Wow.
That's how far they go.
Fact. And here is one thing I will put back to your mind before we call back and Tima for questions and arguments. She said, when you are born, you look like your parents. When you are old, you look like your choices. So what choices are you making today? What are the choices you are deliberately making today? Because these choices will turn back to become the life that you live later. Because like I say, where you are today is based on the decisions you made yesterday. So what decisions are you making today? What decisions will you make tomorrow? You have to be keen on these things. If not, you live a life of utter regret. So we will be bringing back Auntie Tima on the stage because we have questions. Please drop them, drop your questions, drop them. She is here to give answers to them. Okay, let's see if we have some of our questions out.
Questions, yeah? Yes. What should I do? I think that there was a question.
Okay. Well, if we have none that we can see yet, okay. Just if you are there, please share your questions. Auntie Etima is live to ask questions.
I wrote some down.
Okay.
Like somebody asked, should I follow God's choice for me or just my own for the future?
Okay. Should I what?
Follow God's choices for me or I should just follow mine? I think that was Austin.
So you can. What is your choice? Your choice should be His choice. Now let me give you an example. I hope everybody can hear me in the comments. Initially, that's why I said at the beginning of my session that most of the things that we want to be are what our parents said we should be, or what we saw on social media, or what our friends were saying. Just okay, me too, I'll become. I grew up hearing my parents say that I'm going to be an accountant. I'm going to be a very good accountant. What does that accountant? And then I got to school and said, no, not accountant again, do economics. And then I did economics. But guys, look at me. I should have read psychology. I should have read counseling. That was God's plan for me, really. Now I'm going back to school to read psychology at 44, 45. So I can't just do, what do you want? So what you want is actually what God wants. You need to go and check, not what your parents want. And please, I'm going to appeal to all the parents. If you must help your children choose their career, let it be what God wants for that child, though. Not what you just say, oh, no, this child is going to be very good, a good doctor. You just go and give medicine. No. Your choice is supposed to be what God wants. God's choice for me was either psychology, education, or counseling. 2 years ago, I had to go and read counseling, do a certification on counseling. I should have done counseling in university. Okay, so that's it. And then I saw one question, moderators, if you permit me. That question said, somebody said, I have a question. So write your question because we have just a few minutes. Somebody's asking about friends. If you have been friends with a person for a long time and the person starts misbehaving, what should you do? Do I have girls in the girls hub that will help me answer this question, please? Can you please? I don't want to be the one answering. This one, you people know. Thank you, Austin. You have friends. You have been friends with them since. However, now they have changed. They are no longer friending. They are no longer behaving like they should do. So write in the comments, what should you do? You walk away. You walk away. You leave them. I used to say in the girls hub that 10 friends don't play 10-10 for 10 years together. 10-10 is a game we used to play as children. 10 friends don't play 10-10 together for 10 years. You walk away. Friendship is not by force. I was waiting for that. Friendship is not by force. You can't force me to be your friend. How? How? By force? No, it's not by force. So you walk away. Leave them. You're not a tree. Thank you. Leave them and go away. You are not a tree. You are not a building. Move. Everybody's talking about the books. All three books, they are not 4. All 3 books are 5K only for today. All 3 books are 5K only for today. It is already in the room with your parents. We have the link is there. Just tell your parents, Mommy, please, can you check the group? Mommy, please, can you check the group? We have that resource for us to buy. And Tetima has graciously given it to us, and it's only 5K for today. From tomorrow is 15.5, and then from next tomorrow is like 25, the original price, because it's a very great resource. Okay, questions. You should either leave them or you don't actually stay around them. That's it. Nobody can force you to be their friend. The book is in soft copy only, please. Soft copy only. Soft copy only. We're going to try to put it on Amazon, but for now, it's soft copy only. Okay? Any other question? Please ask your questions now before we call in our parents for their session. Okay? We're soon going to call in our parents. Tell our parents to start getting ready for their session. You guys have had your own session. There was a question that somebody asked when I was speaking. I don't know if that question has been repeated. I think that was Makosa's question. Any other question? The link for the book resource, please, admin, can you put it under this comment? My girls are techie. They can buy this book by themselves. Put it in the comment here on YouTube. Put it on the link, bio or something. Okay? The book I asked you to buy is the Resourceful Teenager series. It's a series. Okay. Any other question? I can't see any other question. Does that mean that I should sign out for now until after the parent session? So admin, moderators, can I have the questions? Questions, please. Someone says, I have a problem with doing things. Then you need to intentionally list what those things are. So I had a problem with reading daily. I read once in a while. I had a problem waking up early. I wake up early only when I have key things to do. Like I listed all the things I had a problem with, and then I said to myself, I am going on this habits tracker, um, habit changer challenge. I want to change my habit. I want to build new ones, and every day I have been doing what I said I want to do. So you can get people to hold you accountable. Yeah, write it down and then intentionally do it. Every day I come and write down if I did it or not. Oh, I did this. Oh, I did this. Oh, I did this. And that makes me very excited. So come back and be checking yourself. Don't just say, no, from now on I'm going to be waking up early. Every day you ask yourself, so did I sleep early yesterday? Okay, I did. Okay, I did not. Okay. And then you find yourself getting better and better. If you are lonely, what do? You mix up with other people. You make friends. Thank you. You have to learn how to make friends. You don't make friends, you are going to struggle. Yeah, because people want to relate to people. Man is a social being. Human beings are made to socialize and mix with other people. That's just it. I've answered the question about doing things. You have to make up your mind. If you have the habit of not doing things, you are going to grow up not doing things. Someone says, what is a rehab? A rehab is the place where people that have been addicted to drugs go to. It's like a hospital for people that have been addicted to drugs that want to stop. So they keep you there in a controlled place so that you don't go back to taking drugs. It's not a comfortable place. It's very expensive. Pornography is watching um, naked people. Someone says, if you are lonely and the friends around you are bad, what should you do? You make new friends. There are always good people around you. You can never be the only one. What if your dreams are not what you want to become? Then they are not your dreams. Very simple. I can't be dreaming. If I close my eye and I see myself, let me say, doing robotics, it's not my dream. It's not me. It can't be me. I have no business with science. I don't like science. I don't have anything with science. I celebrate those that do science. If I close my eyes and I see myself dreaming of doing climate change, it's not me. I don't have interest in things that if I close my eyes and see myself designing clothes, it's not me. It's not my thing. That's not me. Okay? So your dreams are what you want to become. And they come from your inside because, like I said, it's factory fitted. You become great based on doing what God has called you to be. Why do people know me all around the world? Because I'm doing what I want, what God wants me to be or to do. Maybe if I was an accountant, nobody will know me. You guys will not have known me if I was an accountant or an economist because I'll just be working in one office. You won't know me. But here I am doing what God wants me to do, and I love it. Somebody says, I have a friend who was misbehaving before, but now she's changing. Should I still be her friend? Yes, if she's really, really changing. The last question so we can move. I have a friend that when she was friends with me, she was misbehaving, but now I thought she's behaving nice, she's behaving better. If she starts misbehaving, you leave. You're not a tree, you leave. Okay, so that will be all for now. I want to say thank you for the questions, and please don't go until after the parent session.
Okay, thank you so much, and Tima, thank you for answering those questions. Thank you for doing justice to the topic and to this session. We appreciate the effort that you are putting into the life of these things. It is a whole lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that we can see from every comment. Thank you, Ma. We love you. Thank you, Ma. You're so much. And you are the best mentor in the world. Woo, you are an angel. Woo, also. And Chetima loves you. Oh, I am certain of that. I am sure of that. She loves you so much more. And so, OJ, if you are out there, please signal.
I'm here.
Also,
Okay, so
over to you.
we would like to thank Auntie Etima for such an impactful teaching today. And so to teenagers, it's time to call your parents for their session. Just call them and insist that they pay full attention because we can't really do this on our own. They need to be in sync as well. And the next face you'll be seeing would be that of Africa's number one coach, parent coach, Coach Wendy Ologe. Please let's jam our hands together for her. Can anyone hear me? Teenagers, please call your parents for their session.
Wendy Ologe stands as Africa's foremost parent coach, passionately driven by the belief that her influence on parents can shape the next generation on the continent. She's the founder of the Intentional Parent Academy. She dedicates herself to empowering parents and intending parents to intentionally guide their children through the complexities of our evolving society. She's a prolific author of best-selling parenting books, including Connect to Correct, Raising an Independent Thinking Child, The Discipline That Works, and 15 other amazing books. With a rounding applause, let's welcome Wendy Ologe to the Global Teen Conference 2024.
Yes, so here we go with the foremost Africa's the world. So this is the Global Teens Conference. So this is the world finest, most amazing parenting coach of all times. Why am I seeing Yada's restless on their seat where they are now? They're just restless. You guys never get tired of hearing your coach. I don't get it. You hear her voice every morning. You see her at the weekly webinars. She's like always on her faces, yet you never get tired. Yes, I never get tired. Coach Wendy is my bestie, sister, and friend. I speak to her like almost every day, see her very often, but never ever also getting tired. So I don't blame you there. Yes. Welcoming Coach Wendy, especially to the Global Teens Conference 2024.
Yes, we're here. I was just telling Auntie Tima that next year I'm going to speak directly from that this her beautiful studio. Where they are that's where I'm going to speak to you from. And of course,
Yeah.
just to have that happening next year. We go there.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, Coach Wendy. And we cannot wait to go straight into this session. Um, the first question I would ask you is something I heard you say, was it 2 or 3 years ago when we're talking about my daughter, my most senior daughter? And you said when she's ready to come, on social media, I need her to be a contributor and not a consumer. And I was like, hello, what that? So that is what many of the young people we have are doing out there. They're just consuming, consuming, consuming with nothing to offer, nothing to contribute, nothing to add. And so my first question would be, in raising a responsible teenager, um, how can we make them contributors?
So anytime I think about resourcefulness, which is the thing we're centering on, in this whole conference, I think about how we miss it when the children were young. Now, the point is, if your child is not contributory at home, if your child does not understand that they are a part of a big system, they will grow up and still not understand that there is a bigger system to contribute. So it starts in the home where they become people who they take, and never give. I'm sure somebody is listening to me now and thinking, but I have a 1 year old, what can they give? There's a lot your 1 year old can give. There's a lot your 2 year old can give. And that's how resourcefulness starts. That's how you actually begin to raise a child who will be able to contribute to a system. So one of the things that I teach is make it a point of duty that anywhere your child is, they become a blessing, not a burden, no matter their age. Now, when a child understands the place of being a blessing, the place of contributing to mankind, it changes the tide. So even in your home, if you're sweeping, your 2 year old is there. The simple thing of a 2 year old picking up what is obstructing that thing is that 2 year old contributing to the family system. You're cooking. Your 2 year old is something you tell the 3 year old, please, can you help me get that salt there? That is part of the contribution of that 2 year old. That is going to help the child to understand that I'm not in this world just to take, I am in this world to give. And that is one thing that makes all of the difference when they now eventually will become a teenager. When I said that to Auntie Tima some 3 years ago, I also said to her daughter, and I said to her, if you have nothing to contribute, people will give you and feed you rubbish, whatever it is that they care. So you are going to swallow it, because when you are not a creator, you can't really think beyond what it is that you're consuming. But when you're a creator, consumption becomes beneficial. When you're not a creator, consumption actually consumes you. Now, so you just consume and just get consumed, because there's really nothing you're giving. But if you're giving, when you're consuming, it makes it a lot more easier to actually now become someone of value. So yes, contribution starts from that your home, that your little child, before they actually become an adult. And what happens, and the tema is that most times We actually have these children. We say, oh, it doesn't really matter. They just go on social media. They can just do whatever. I know that social media is one thing you're dealing with as a team mentor, that is
Mm,
at the heart of your
mm,
counseling sessions and all of that.
mm,
But one of the things that happens is that we don't start early. We just think that a child is just going to grow, and then we just give them phone when they, even if your
mm.
child is 18 and do not understand this aspect I'm sharing, is the same thing, the same
Yeah.
damage. So it's not really just about age. It's also about what it is that you're helping your child do through that process. So it's more about the process than it is the result. So every time you think about social media, ask yourself, what process am I putting in place for my child? For instance, the twins are 14. We're looking at them getting on whatever social media or owning a smartphone at 18 years. Yes, you heard me right, 18 years. We've been clamoring for children, teenagers not using phone until they are 18. A lot of people have argued that, no, it doesn't really matter. The world has gone global, it's different. Just today, I saw the UK government clamoring phones should not be given to children under 16. And I said, oh, yeah, you're welcome. Because we've been
You're coming.
screaming about this for years. And we're saying this is not okay. Some people tell us, oh, no, we live in diaspora. It's not so easy. Everybody, uses it. It's different in Nigeria. It's not different. It's the same thing. Same thing, same thing. Now they are pushing. They are pushing back. In China, children don't use smartphones. Now they are pushing back in UK. People are now saying, no, these children at 16 is digital cocaine. You and I are even addicted. Then you are talking
Mm,
about a child who is 18, they're going to cope. So, of course, some of these things are things that we've said many years ago. It's not coming to bear. I usually would say that the chicken has come home to roast. We talked about
mm.
screen addiction many years ago, and screen autism. People were not listening to us. They were like, how can screen cause autism? What are you saying? But today, we have so many diagnoses of screen autism today of young children because of the screen. So there's so much to consider before you to actually raise a resourceful teenager.
Okay, so coach, I want to share something little with you that happened recently, and then I would like you to just, you know, throw more light, call more attention to parents. So my one of my girls, very closely connected to me, was at a night of songs for an ex-classmate of hers, and she came back panicked and shocked. She goes, I don't understand. We went for a night of songs for a young girl like us, but at the event, my peers, my peers were smoking. They used the candle light that they put there to light the cigarettes. At a point, they called for someone to pray. The person that they called to pray said, I beg, I never go church. You don't think when I go church, oh, he couldn't pray. He just he said a prayer like Lord Jesus minus Satan kind of prayer. And then they asked for, comments about her. She said, I was so shocked that two girls were like, before that, the last time they saw her, she gave them a particular substance. And they asked her that, what's this thing you're giving me? She said, don't worry, after you take it, you are going to get it. So probably it was drugs. I mean, everybody that has something to say with her was like, she was at this party, she was it was just that kind of thing. And this mentee of mine couldn't resonate. Like, she was like, I don't get it. How do we have a bundle full of I don't want to say not useless people that have not been, because all of them have potentials. So, coach, how do we have a bunch full of young people that are not even useful, even at the point of death? When she was going, she said she was looking for shade because she thought it was going to be like a solemn, assembly, and people were going to be thinking about their lives. But no, it was not. These people cared less. Guess what, ma? All of them were coming from two private universities here in Abuja. So they are not they're teenagers, but they're in higher institutions. That means that even in higher institutions, they still don't have clarity about their life and about their future. So
Really awkward our children have become.
yeah.
So, so when you shared what happened at the burial, honestly, I'm not shocked. No, I'm not. The children we're raising do not understand, you know, do not understand social behaviors. They don't know any better.
Sorry to interrupt you. I remember there was once you made a statement and said that for you to create a solution, you must first be empathic. And I remember that you used Elon Musk. You
Yes.
even shared a video in the yard, and shared how his mom built empathy in him. Today, Elon Musk is one of the most resourceful people on
Yes.
earth. He's
Yes.
constantly creating something for us that we're buying. But it started from empathy. So
Mhm.
I'm understanding it now, that empathy is greatly linked to resourcefulness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that that's why when we're raising people that we're killing their empathic side, it's so painful because we're going to raise people who cannot create. Nobody actually creates without empathy. Nobody. In fact, in that video, Elon Musk's mom was asked a question and she said something that was so profound. She said, one thing I'm going to do again, if I'm going to raise my children again, is to build empathy in them. Because it's when you're empathic. Now, those children who went for that burial, all they can see is that person don't die now, wait. So they're not empathic enough to connect to anything. So they can't think. So they can create. It is a teen who is empathic enough that will be there to say, okay, what has caused this? Why are people like this? Why are people doing this? Why are people? That's where your thinking will come from. Not from the place of living aloof, being in a space where you don't understand what's happening.
What is
You
happening?
just want to, where, and it's because Auntie Atima, we're also shielding our children from the reality of the world. Our children don't understand what the world is. So we want our children to rule a world they don't understand. How? It's totally, absolutely impossible to rule without understanding the space like ruling. Recently, I shared a post and a testimonial from a parent in the inner circle. And this parent was saying how the children were entering keke and all of that. Somebody under the post said, in this modern day Nigeria, hey, they're keke. How can the child enter keke? I smiled. I didn't respond. I just smiled. And I said, that's it. And this is part of the problem. So we're going to raise children who do not understand that people actually go through public. Have you seen those? Have you seen our children in the private universities? Amazing, amazing young people we have raised. Amazing. Some of them do not even understand that there are people who don't own cars. I've met a select few of those ones. There are people whose parents cannot afford to buy a car. These are the people we're raising. These are the people we want to turn, the leadership system, about. No. People who are just about themselves. Nah, it's not going to work. We need to do a lot more better.
Okay, coach, I know that you cannot raise a resourceful teenager without thinking, because I mean, you just said it. I want you to explain more about the art of thinking for a young person. How can, because our Father in the Lord, those days he used to tell us when they ask him what does he do with his time, he says, I read and I think. And I used to be like, you think, Papa, which one is you think? I beg. You write, yes, you read, yes. Which one is think? Like, really, you just sit and think. And you now wrote the book Raising an Independent Thinking Child. And I've heard you over and over again, throw light on why children must learn to think, Can you tell the parents how thinking is critical to resourcefulness?
Okay, so unfortunately, you know that our generation were raised without thinking. We were a generation raised and we were not taught how to think. We were not taught how to reflect. We were not taught how to stop and say, why is this like this? Now, it shows in everything we do. You drop a post on social media, yeah, the ones that you don't agree, there's an attack. We're not raised to think. We're not raised to say, okay, I'm hearing this for the first time. Let me look at it again. So now I usually say that he who knows why is greater and bigger than he who knows how. We were taught how without the whys. What gets you to think is the why. And unfortunately, our curiosity, the whys were killed as children. So as we were growing up, you remember, when your parents ask you ask your parents, how much did you say? Why are you asking? Our why questions were always being brought down. So we're not taught to think. When you ask your parents, why do you do this like this? Say, what is it? I've showed you how to do it. Just do it. So now I get to understand why people fight instructions. Meanwhile, instruction is supposed to be beneficial to you. But because we were a generation where instructions were given badly, I say it again. The way instructions were given to us were like, don't think, don't do anything,
Just obey before complain.
and just obey. Now, I am a believer of instructions because I believe that every blessing there is comes from the place of instruction, right? Whether in the world, in the spiritual, or whatever it is. But I have also learned that there is a place for thinking. I do not want to raise my children to obey me. I say this all the time. And of course, I'm sure that others who are here, parents in the inner circle, the Intentional Parent Academy inner circle, which Mrs. Sume is, also there, would have heard me say countless times that I don't want to raise an obedient child. And I'm sure that if I sample an opinion now in this class, and I ask, what kind of child, what's your goal? You say, a child that will listen, will obey me. Obedience is not the goal in parenting. The goal is fulfilling purpose. When a child is able to fulfill the why he was created, that's the goal. When I read the book, Raising an Independent Thinking Child, one of the things I chronicled in that book is for you not to kill the God factor in your own child. Because every single person is created with a solution in them. Their solution is not your solution. So what happened to us is that we were now raised to become a people who can't think for ourselves. And that's why, our parents told us, go to school, do you know that this kind of school system we run doesn't allow us to think. It doesn't give room for thinking. I remember one of my son's math teacher, secondary school, who, responded to me in what I wrote about mathematics online. And I said, son will do mathematics and do 99, and he does his mathematics in a different kind of light. His math teacher who taught me in JSS2 said something under that post. He said, the first time I saw him solve maths, I was a little bit confused. But the thing is, he will always get to the point where I'm going and the answers. And he said, at some point, I wanted to fight it. Like, why wouldn't you just use the way
I taught you on the board?
So, he said he thought of it and just started to study him. And he realized that there's a foundation of mathematics this guy has that is not common. So instead of him killing it, he decided, okay, I'm going to start watching and building on it. And he said something. He said, I learned so much from watching him solve mathematics the way he solves it. And that the way he solves mathematics was a way that will solve problem, not a way that we pass maths. That was the difference. So because our children are taught problem solving, thinking. Now, how do you do this? It's a simple thing. The everyday life. When our children come to us and they say, this thing is sport, the first thing we ask them is to make it right. I saw a letter our son wrote to me when he was in primary school, I think primary 4. I saw it while I traveled to Warri at the master place to give, to share in the church. And I opened my jotter and I saw that letter. In that letter, he was apologizing to me for spoiling my chain. And in that same letter, he was saying, I've tried every means to actually fix it. However, I just needed to apologize to you while I'm still looking for ways to solve the problem. One thing we have taught our children is that sorry is not a solution to any problem. So in my house, I don't say sorry like that.
Please let me laugh.
Why apology is a thing that carry like their life is dependent on? We are not kind of apologies. We want you to be able to think through the things you have done more than we want you to apologize to us. See, apology feeds on your ego as a parent. It doesn't solve the problem for the child. And that's one thing that parents do not understand. I'm writing a book which I'll probably, get out next year or 2 years. This apology is not discipline. So when people um, say sorry, you did not even say sorry. It just feeds on your ego. I remember that our son, and Tima's son, some of our friends, they wanted to actually, sleep over in our house one of those days. All of us were there, and they were like, "Please, please." I told him, I said, "These are just emotions. They don't get you anywhere."
Why do
So
you
I
want
want
to
you
stay
to
over?
give
What's your
reason.
reason?
Tell me why. Convince me. Bring to the table your strong reasons so that I will be able to look at your strong reasons and come into agreement. Even God, the Almighty, says, bring your strong reasons together so that we can reason. The problem is that you don't want to reason with your child. You want to bust your child around and you want to actually just make them, not to, that is everything I say. So in my home, sorry is not a thing. So people say sorry because they mean it. They don't say sorry because they need to feed your ego. So that's number one. When you do something, the first thing you're thinking is, how do I resolve this? I remember when our daughter did something in school and they called her and the math teacher was, making all this, Ife, she will not become prefect, she will not go for math competition, all the threats. I was laughing. When our daughter came, we were very calm. We were like, what happened? Do you know that in all of that series, she didn't say, I'm really sorry, I disappointed you. You didn't disappoint me, you disappointed yourself. Am I the one in your school? No, I'm not. So in that conversation, what she said is, Mom, Dad, I know you guys are disappointed, but I have my own share of the story. But I'm going to take responsibility and I'm going to write it. For me, that's the kind of child I want to raise. Not the one that is going to tell me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then after I'm sorry, what next? So you end up raising a child who can't think for themselves just because your ego needs to be fed. So at the end of the day, she was able to resolve that issue. In fact, the teacher called 3 days later. What did you people do? How did you do it? Was it not better for me that she learned how to solve her problems than I would need to now start begging the teacher, forgive her now. And if I go and beg your teacher,
Next
let's go and
time.
beg him, forgive her. What does that even mean? Because we've left the place of what to use to actually let our children understand what they need to do. And then we've now gone into our own ego. It just fits your ego. He now told me sorry. You even feel good. He now told me, he now came and apologized. Me and Mrs. Smith were having a conversation one time, and I was, talking about someone who was dragging and saying, you didn't tell me sorry, you told me sorry. I said, once I'm having a conversation with you, I want to hear solutions. I'm not interested in you. When you say sorry stuff, I'm like, what is the sorry for? Solution to it. So that next time we're not repeating it.
Yeah.
So raising an independent thinking child takes a whole lot. It includes from day one, where you begin to actually get your children to make choices within a secluded environment. What do I mean? A selection of environment. For instance, you have your child going to church. By the time my children were 3 to 4, they were already choosing what they will wear to church. What do? We bring out 4 clothes and say, choose the one you want to wear. And somebody's asking, what if they choose one they like and they've been wearing every week? Say it's okay. Because if you do not allow your child to make choices at things as small as that, so they are making their choices in a system. The choice is not made outside of a system. So you're not saying just go there and go and pick one rag and wear. No. And as they keep growing, they are able to understand. So instead of forcing them to what it is that they need to do, you teach them what dressing is for what.
Yeah.
So right now, I don't get to go and say, you must wear this one for church. You must wear this one. No. When you wear something that I need to guide, then I can come in and say, what do you think about it? And I don't even tell you need to remove it. No. I will ask you, what do you think about this? Can you think about the occasion that you are going for? Even as adults, we still have those things around us. You want to wear something, you're asking a friend, you're asking your husband. So that's what guided. That's what you're doing. And you're doing it from day one. So you help your children open up the space of being able to think so that you're not just, heaping it, thinking. And that's what happens when you're a cane-wielding parent. when you came with the branch enough to go through the process of self-reflection. I was having a conversation with our daughter recently. Our daughter, who is 14, said to me, "Ah, I remember when I was 5, 6, 7, 8, Daddy would just say, Ife, this is what you did. Go to that corner and go and think about your life." Is that how he actually says it? She said, Mommy, you will just be there thinking about it. Say, when you are done, come and tell me why you did it, how you came about doing it, and what you think you can do to make it right. He said those things were even more painful than, oh, yeah, just punish you, let me just be going. So she said it taught me how to think through processes. So even when I want to do something in school, the way she says it, she says Ife, she just says Ife, she just hears her dad's voice, and her dad's voice says Ife, Ife, caution. And then she says that thing. I'm like, what does that even mean? I said, so even in secondary school, we're not there. He's able to actually understand, the place of being able to reflect on the things, the choices she's making every day, all right, on her own. And this has also translated to them being able to review their results on their own. From primary school, we're able to teach them how to reflect through the process, think through your results. I'm not the one that is writing this now. Why am I the one reviewing the results myself? So we taught them how to review their results, starting from their test. When you do first test, second test, and you see where it's going, you can already tell what it is that you need to do by third year. So it is the process of being able to think through, being able to, and without reflective thinking, there's no empathy. And for your children to actually become empathic, they need to go through the process of being able to think. So if you ask me, we are a generation that were not taught how to think. And for us to teach our children how to think, we need to learn how to think. It is my friend who once said to me that she didn't like thinking. Tracy, she said, I didn't like to think about anything. I just want, just go. If you do not, most parents don't like to think. They don't like to think. I usually say that an inner circle parent is a thinking parent. So when I give parents in the inner circle things to do, I'll tell them, think it through, because I want you to have diverse ways of doing it. Now, the principles of parenting are the same, but the methodology differ. Anytime, anything. What does the methodology do? The methodology is in your thinking process. And parenting today does not require you to parent with them. It requires wisdom, because you're raising children in a knowledge-based environment. In an environment where they can go online and get all the information about something. So they're not asking you, your children you're not there to give information. In fact, you might actually not know. You are there to actually give wisdom. And if you cannot give wisdom, if you cannot change perspective, your parenting is going to be a struggle.
That was amazing. Let you catch your breath, take some water, and continue to refire. So something really stood out for me when Coach Wendy was, emphasizing on this last point, which is the statement of helping your children think through the process. Yes, everybody says that peer pressure is compulsory for your children to go through peer pressure. I agree. How be it? When I'm talking to the children, to the teenagers directly, I don't give them that much leverage, because over the years, it has become the number one reason for every wrong action. Why did it peer pressure? Why did it peer pressure? And listening to what Coach Wendy has just said, if you would go through the process of thinking, peer pressure will hold little or no effect. Because you would have thought that, okay, peer pressure is going to come, and if I do it, this is what is going to happen, and that is what, and then it's going to help you make a better choice. So much so that even if you are peer pressured, you allowed it. You see that aloofness Coach mentioned, we see it a lot. And I want to ask, my next question is going to be on that aloofness. Coach, I see teenagers, children, preteens even, maybe because they have not gone through the process of practicing how to think and come up with solutions. I see them aloof in their space. So they are in a class, things are going wrong, they are aloof. Their online things are going on, they are aloof. They are like bystanders. Bystanders. They're just watching things happen. They don't even know that, oh, I can actually speak up and change this narrative. Oh, I can actually do this and change this narrative. They're just watching. They watch us at home make mistakes. They watch us in the office. They don't have something funny happened to a friend of mine. They run a school, herself and her husband, a senior friend. Her children finished school and came back and said, Dad, Mom, step away. You guys are not running this thing the way it should be. Step aside. The parents were still trying to fight. And I'm like, hello, ma, sir, step aside. They are too young. Is it because they just finished school? They are feeling like that they are just hot out of campus. And I'm like, so you want them to be aloof? Coach, help us throw more light on this aloofness of the thing. How children are just standing by and not realizing that it's in your place to speak up, to do something. That is resourcefulness now. I mean, do something, say something, change something.
So it goes back to where we're talking about parent. So Adetima, if you were not originally allowed to actually be able to become part of in a family, it becomes difficult to become part of in a world.
Oh.
Because the first place of you learning about the world is the family. So you're in a family where you are shut up, where you're told it doesn't matter, where you're just said, don't worry, just do as I say. So we're raising children who are situationally unaware. Because according to us, we got it all covered. Mommy is gonna take care. So you don't want to do anything. You don't need to do anything. So the children now finish, get into the world, and they go with the same mentality. Mommy and daddy are going to take care. I don't need to do anything. I don't want to, put up anything. Some of our children come out and feel this kind. If I get a job, they don't allow. I go back to my father's house. My father had money to, pay me.
Not that hard.
These things they are young people's thinking. I share you something that is very funny. I used to actually think my father had money when I was young. So now that I'm saying it, if my father hears me, it's going to cut off my head. That I'm saying it's actually really funny. I used to actually think that my father had plenty money, this one. Now as an adult, in almost 40, I'm asking myself, how much did he really have? But as a child, that was me at that point. Imagine that I left myself there where I was thinking that, oh, is that money that he has right now. I'm going to actually basically be thinking where's the money. So young people usually just think, especially when you give them that kind of idea and notion that they don't need to do something. So you don't just become to know. You need to, even from when you are 6, to believe that you can be contributory. I told our children something recently. Impact is not made according to age. We share the teaching of impact and say, oh, I want a child that will make impact. Impact is made from day one. It's not when you are old. In primary school, when our children were like in just primary 3, children have started talking about how they will go from 5, everybody will leave. People were even advising us. Actually, the twins will go from 5. They are very smart. When people talk about being smart, their children are so extremely smart. That's why they are flying classes. It makes me laugh. Because really, if you meet my children and their genuinity, you are going to, in quote, you're going to say, why are they? They should have finished second by now. But you do your children a disservice when you actually think that your children need to fly process because of process. You actually, they will perish for it. So anytime you substitute progress for process, your children will perish for it. Anytime, any day. So anytime you're thinking about progress, think about the process. Because if you substitute it for it, you're going to get your children to perish on that account. So when our children, get to people like by primary 5, they don't have 2 more years, they will leave school. Our children already know their assignment. They know that nobody goes through without process. You will do grade 6. according to my father-in-law, Professor Loge. So they say, who is that person that started that children below 12 should go to secondary school? The
Who
twins
is
were
that?
almost 12 by the time they were going to secondary school. Who is that person? And I cannot even tell you the stability they had. Now, this
Yeah.
is impact. By the time that they were in primary school, they were able to impact their mates to do primary six. They were not in school. Almost everybody in their set did primary. In fact, it was the most, it was the highest number of primary six students recorded in that school ever. So they changed the tides. When they were in primary four, they started to take food to school, food that they cook. So the children will wake up in the morning, cook. See, if your children are not resourceful, it becomes a body.
Hi.
Serious body. Our children started cooking so early that by the time they are in primary four, a lot of people used to say, when I share on Facebook those days, these children, with their pass exam at all, they are working too hard. They are doing so much. I just used to laugh because our children have never been out of first three from primary school till now. So it's not what makes a child really smart. It's not whether they are doing chores or not. That's not the. In fact, doing chores gives them an advantage. So by the time that the twins were going to school carrying food for mommy, they would say no, fried rice, jollof rice, name it. Our daughter started cooking fried rice when she was in primary four. One day the teacher called me and said, "Is it really true that it's the friend that cooks the food?" And I said, "Yes." Do you know that it became a challenge to the children? And most of them, by the time they were in grade six, almost all of them were cooking food in the morning for themselves. That's the impact. That's your child trying to change a thing. Ayo was still sharing with me the other day how a boy who was at the bottom, class in GSS2 started to follow him. Every day the boy will come to me and say, "Ayo, I know you're very smart. How do you do it? All the teachers like you. What do you do? All the students like you." But my son is likable. His social skills, his social skills is high up there. He gets into a space, you fall in love with him. Straight up, And the guy kept asking, "So how do you do it?" So he said, "Every day." I said, "So when you share," he said, "Every day, I will give the boy one thing to do about his exams, about his relationship with people, about everything." Do you know that by the time he was leaving school last time, that boy was the best in GSS2? The same boy. That's impact. That's influence. Our son is 14. He doesn't need to be 40 to become impactful. He can be impactful at 14. So your teenager can be impactful at 10, at 14, at 15, at 16. Why do you need to wait until they are old? Impact doesn't mean having millions of people that you're turning their lives. No, it can be one person. Do you know what that one child, Ayo, that changed the way he was going? Do you know what it would do? One person. He was a teacher who called Bishop Oedebo, preached to him, and he gave his life to Christ, that has changed the lives of millions of people all over the world. You don't need to change the life of a million people. One person is enough. One. So if you teach your children that impact is not in the numbers, that impact is actually in the things that you do. So it's not about, hey, I just want to, be out there, make sure that, no, that's not impact. Impact is that, can you change a life one at a time? That's impact. That's impact. So yes, if you're going to raise a resourceful teenager, it starts from where you are. And if you already have teenagers and you are listening to this, one of the things you want to do is to start giving them a voice in your home.
Yes.
The more voice you give your teenagers at home, the more voice they will have out there. I have proven this over and over again. A child who is shut down at home is usually shut down outside. So do not shut your children down at home. Give them leadership roles, give them opportunity. When you see our children, it's so easy. They fall into leadership systems easily because they have been raised in the home to lead. I know many people say, oh, my children cannot, they are still young children. No, there are many things our children have taught me that I didn't know. So your children, you are actually raising children so that they become a better species than you are, not the other way around. So if you know better than your children, then there's something wrong. Your children should actually know more than you as your God. So anytime I look at my own children and we're having conversations, what they know at 14, honestly, I didn't know it even at 20. So that's what tells me that I'm making progress. So you
Moving.
should be excited. So teach your children to be aware of their environment, their situation. Look around. Get them to understand what's happening. Teach them to be discerning. I heard our daughter say to me, a teacher told me to come to class and come and see him. He said, Mommy, I didn't really feel okay. I just found a way. I didn't go. Teach them to be situationally aware. They should not just be going salahama, don't understand what's happening around them.
Aloofness.
Aloofness. And this aloofness starts from home, Miss Sume. It starts from home
Yes.
in the house. In the house, your person, slippers is on the floor. You don't pick it. You don't try that in my house. You don't. Because I need you to be aware of what's happening around you. If we have guests and our house is full, our daughter wakes up number one and says, before she sleeps, she gets ready what the guests are going to eat. By the time I'm coming down from my room, maybe to come and check whether people are awake or not, I will see breakfast. You can't raise children who are not aware of what's happening, who are aloof, who do not understand, just because according to you, you got everything covered. Please don't get everything covered for these children.
Straight
Got them
bullet.
to cover everything. Got them to cover, because it's their job to cover everything. So don't get everything covered, please.
I get that. I get that. I feel this straight bullet right now. I got it covered. Received. Bullet received on it, on you. Truly, because some parents will say, but I just want everything. It's not about you. It's not just about you. You're making these children miss the opportunities to test these skills. And it's worse for those whose children are at home and not in boarding school, because your home already has a system. There's a driver, there's a cook, there's a domestic staff, so there's even no opportunity for the child to practice. And then all of a sudden you're thinking that I've got his academics covered. Everything is covered. Where he's going to work, the business is going to run, everything covered.
I got it all covered.
Everything covered. I don't know if it was Tony Limelu, whose daughter I saw, was it daughter or son? I saw following him for a very big conference in the US or in the UK. And I'm seeing these people are bringing out their children. I heard you, coach, say that once Ayo comes back, he assumes the role of your PA, following you for all your events. And that's how it starts. Bishop Abioyo, his son, follows him for all his. See, we're sitting down here, we're training other people's children, and then we're like, oh, my children is going to school. She's looking for the US. They're looking for Canada. They just got a scholarship. Oh, they just Canada. Canada. We're just pushing our children to go and get more degrees. Other people's children are getting hands-on, getting dirty. They're getting their hands. You don't know. They're going to come out capable, resourceful, valuable, and then our children, at the end of it all, our children will now depend on them for those things.
Yeah.
I remember it was my daughter that was saying to us, Coach Wendy, the other day, that you guys are going to miss me. Like, you're going to suffer when I go to school. We're like, yes, because we have used the hell out of her. We have used her for everything available. Once you need anything, please call her. At the governor's birthday surprise, or the one that they were calling while we're busy worshiping. She was the one doing the work behind the scenes. Because how are you going to be there and then you're not going to be useful? We're always quick to send other people's children. Some of us, we have organizations. You're at home, you're at work. The children are saying they've had a very stressful time during the term. Let them rest. And the my info zone is too much. You have heard.
They wrote exams. In fact, our son was asking us, our daughter, we were telling them that, once you come back from writing Becker. You have a position, blah, blah, blah. My son is going to do a janitor in smart office. So I told the smart office manager, I said, your janitor is coming back. The manager said, Jesus, ma. I said,
Yes.
yeah. So, our son just looked at me and said, Mommy, how many days are we going to have in the house to sleep and wake up before we resume work? I said, just 2 days.
Just get your body back and come on and resume.
It's not time for you to rest. It's time for you to work.
Yes. That is just that simple. I don't know if you saw that video where Bishop David Oyedepo's son was saying for the first time how he was a janitor, how he was.
Oh, yes. And the father didn't know.
And Papa didn't know.
I said.
And Papa didn't know. And somebody be like, oh, these big men of God, all these rich men. The rich men, some of them are really some of them are really knowledgeable about these things.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the lesson is not whether you're wealthy or not. It's the fact that you're knowledgeable about these things.
Unfortunately, Auntie Etima, there's a gap between if you grew up in a home without affluence, your parents were struggling, you were not wealthy, and then you end up making money. See, your own your own failure is higher. That's the truth. Because you're going to be stuck in that space where you're going to say, I don't want my children to suffer. My children, they won't want them to suffer what I suffered. When I see people who say that, see, poverty can make a mess of your brain. So the more affluent you become, especially when you're coming from that kind of a background, the more careful you must be. If not, you make a mess of your process without even knowing it. Without knowing it. So yes, even though this is not for but if you are in the middle class, you can afford a lot of things. See, raising a child with affluence is harder than raising a child with up. It is harder.
It is comfort.
I can tell you for
not
free.
A friend.
I've been it is harder. Really. I was still telling someone, I said, when you're at a place, please enjoy it. Enjoy it so much that when you begin to climb the ladder of influence, there's some things you won't have access to that is good for your children, but you don't know. Or you don't know.
Lighting a firewood, stove.
Do you know? I was asking my children, Mrs. Fume, the other day, I said, can you guys light fire to actually boil water? And then, they looked at me. My current house is, all covered up, posh and all of that. When they grew up from 0 to 10, of course, I had a bigger compound and we could do a lot. And then, I looked at me and said, mommy, primary school, I woke up every morning to boil water outside food. I was like, oh, shit.
Now he doesn't have that chance.
It's not like we didn't have water heaters in this house. It's not like we didn't have all the things that, could, but we had that opportunity. There was an opportunity for it to happen. There were sand patches, there was space. We could rear an animal. We could do so much. Right now, we don't have the chance. We don't ever have the time. We don't even have. So there's so much to consider when you're raising a child. And imagine that we were not able to. I keep saying that what you don't do from 0 to 10, you struggle with after 10. Any parenting you don't do from 0 to 10, you struggle with after 10. So right now, our children are so rugged that there's really nothing. It's not, they don't see it as though we're suffering, or do you need to do something, you are now, dying. Our neighbors came to our house one of those days and said, so who do you have, house helps, this one, that. I said, no, we have 2 children who can clean up the whole house perfectly. They look at us like,
you're right.
They look at us like we're mean. Like, you live in this kind of big house, your children are cleaning the house. I'm like, yeah, when they are not around, it's fine, yeah, but when they are around, they'll be very all right. It's easy.
They start from up and get to down.
And get to down and they'll be all right. So it's just that thing. You need to be more conscious. My point is, you become more conscious. Where we were lived before, our children could understand the public transport system, could understand, and that was a time to actually
Yeah.
have them on the systems. Right now, where I
Mm.
live now, if they are going to start now to start learning it, should have been a problem.
Yeah.
Been a problem. But right now, I'm no
Okay.
longer teaching it. I'm now saying, okay, you can go. You get right
Yes.
back. Okay. So it makes it easy for both you
Truly.
and the child. Really.
Truly.
So whether you
Truly.
are someone who is high up there or you are someone who is just starting, be grateful for where you are.
Mm.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Be grateful and make the most of
Make the
where
most
you
of
are in parenting part time. Because later on in life, you'll be grateful for where you're coming
where you're coming from. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I hope you all heard Coach Wendy say that when your children are rugged, they will become resourceful. Yes, because there is nothing hindering them.
from.
So there's this problem. Remember that a resourceful child is one that can solve a resource means solve a problem. That's the meaning of resource. So they are not their ajabotishness is not hindering them from solving a problem because they are rugged. So whatever it is, whatever they find themselves, is like boom, bring it on. Yeah, very, very important. See all these class status that we're doing, we'll just be under a lot of pressure, a lot of burden.
True.
A resourceful child will give you rest. Okay, so it's time for us to let Coach Wendy go. I don't know if you have any last words of counsel to everybody that is committing today to intentionally raise a resourceful teenager.
Okay, so if you're listening to us and you're listening and you're saying all these things that she's sharing, I know that some people have said it. All these things they're sharing are for people who have younger children. Now my children are already old. What do I do? It applies.
Mm.
That's where you are. If you didn't teach a child to be resourceful until they are 18, there is no magic again. You need to go back to the fundamentals and start it. And I share a story as I conclude. We raised a foster child. When she came to us, she was 16. She couldn't cook. She couldn't navigate. She couldn't honor. She couldn't appreciate. She couldn't be thankful. She could. So there
Nothing.
were lots that we needed to do. We thought that we could just do it. Yes, we've made a mistake and let's move on. There ain't no moving on, man. We needed to take our life back. So when we created the launch plan, I have a book called The Launch Plan. And in that launch plan, right, I was trying to look whether I have a copy in my shelf. In that launch plan of that book, one of the things that I shared is you creating a launch plan where you will launch your children eventually to now launch into the world. And most of the times, the benchmark people will write is 18, 20, 21, 22. The launch plan for our own children is earlier, right? It's about 22 or so. Now, it's interesting that when we saw the launch plan, we couldn't do a launch plan for her to be launched at 20 or 22. We'll be deceiving ourselves.
Mm.
A gap has been used. You see that prayer, oh Lord, the days that the canker worm have eaten, reduce it, bless it, cover up, shield it. You see, if you do that with parenting, that gap will remain there for life. A price you don't pay today, you will pay tomorrow. Either way, you do the time. I'm going to tell you why. I had a relative that was good, raised, good boy, everything perfect. But that he didn't learn how to understand, navigate, do things, and all of that. That gap was there. He paid the price from 30 to 40. Between 30 years and 40 years, 10 years. I'm not telling you stories. 10 years. He paid the price of not being able to learn. So when he started learning how to test, was in his 30s and 40s. That's when he started doing the mistakes. He will go out, he will make mistakes between 30 and 40. Right now, he's 43, very stable and all of that. What it means is that he was launched at 40.
Wow.
That's what it means. That's what it means. Launch or a generation that is not fit for launch that we're launching. So by the time our foster daughter was, then we had to go back. See, we have to teach her how to navigate the road. We have to start cooking, teach her how to cook. Are we going to say no? She's already 16. That means she should just know. No. We have to go back to the foundation. She eventually got launched at 26 because we had so much to deal with. We're not in a we're not in a hurry. So at the end of the day, by the time she was 27, 28, got married, and that was it. But if we had missed that line and said, oh, all your mates, we're not comparing, all your mates are finished, all your mates are gone, we would have missed it. Because, so if you're listening to me, you already have a 16-year-old, you are going back to the drawing board.
Yes.
It is not about my children, they're 16-year-olds. They are doing this and this. You have mixed it. You need to pay the price for missing. So that your child does not pay the price in their 20s, in their 30s, when they are old people, or even their 50s. Have you not seen people who are in their 50s still like they say in my place? You are here, you are neither here nor there. So you want to actually raise that teenager to now begin. So pay the price now. Go back to the drawing board, cannot fly on you. If your 16-year-old is aloof, he cannot fly on them. If your 16-year-old he cannot fly on them. You need to go back to the fundamental and start it. So it's the same thing. It's the same message to you who think my children are old. This is not for me. But I've made the mistakes. What do I do? You start today.
Yeah.
Who already have, who are young, congratulations to you. Start already. Get your children, get yourself into a learning system, because you see, parenting today, you cannot do it without learning and knowing what to do. When you do it, you pay the price later. And at that time, you will still pay people like us to give you help and walk you through. It's still the same thing. But unfortunately, in that time, you might actually acquire scars. Now, parenting errors leave scars. Even when they can be righted, they leave scars. They leave permanent scars you cannot erase. And if that is you, you need to start working on it, but you will remember that these scars will be there. An error is an error. Even the Bible said that if the foundation is not right, what the right. So it means that righteousness does not exempt. Righteousness does not exempt the consequences of a faulty foundation. So even though you're righteous, a faulty foundation is a faulty foundation. And if a foundation be faulty, you will pay a price for it. So there's nothing you can do. If a house has a problem with the foundation, there's nothing you can do at the top. You need to go back to the foundation and deal with it. Thank you so much for having me, Auntie Atima, and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Coach Wendy. And yes, if you're not already in the inner circle of the Intentional Parent Academy, we're going to be sharing the link so that you can book for 2025. No, you cannot join us again. The ship has sailed. We sailed last year on the 1st of December. You just hold on till the 1st of December 2024. But you need to book right away. We're going to send all the details so that parents that are just seeing Coach Wendy or hearing Coach Wendy or have not yet made up their minds to join will come in. This is what we get every day, not once a year, like on a norm. This is what we get. And I tell you that we have a lot of testimonies from it. When we have the teens boot camp, without knowing before time, I can tell you the children from Yadas and the children that are not Yadas. I've tested it since we started camp in 2018, but I started to test this from 2022. Children will just come and like, who is this child? And they'll say, who's your mom? Who is your father? Mom, and I was like, who's your mom? They're the ones that get all the awards, and I'm not involved. The team does everything. But over and over again, we have been able to test this. That means the camp is also a good test launch
Yes,
platform.
so
Okay, the camp is a good test launch platform. Everything you have been doing, you come and test it and check it and see. So thank you so much. I see people in the comments. I thank you, Coach Wendy. She's going to be reading your comments. We appreciate you so much, Coach, and we're looking forward to having you live in the studio next year. We're going to stop and drive you. Don't worry. We're going to just bring you here like a baby girl, something. Don't stress.
yes,
All right,
so
everybody. Thank you. Really appreciate you. And we know that we are coming back with bigger, better testimonies when we come for the Global Teens Conference in 2025. God bless you, ma'am. And thank you so much for being here.
thank you, Auntie Etima.
Afternoon, good morning, and good evening from wherever you're watching this video. My name is Judith Williams, and I'm a girl in the Girls Hub. The Girls Hub has taught me to be godly, the Girls Hub has taught me to be a leader, and the Girls Hub has taught me to be impactful. We have read many books in the Girls Hub.
Are you still all right? Amazing session we had with Coach Wendy. We did the recording yesterday. So in case you're wondering, oh, Adetima in brown, Adetima in white. Well, so that's what happened. Coach Wendy is currently in another session. So we had to take our session yesterday. But the learning is the same. I had my books, filled up. I mean, like I said during the session, what stood out for me was how our teens are becoming aloof. Like you're not even aware of what is going on. How can you be resourceful? Sometimes the teenagers are right there with you and they cannot see that their help is needed. An unresourceful child is a burden. Trust me, nobody wants to have one around them. I said it yesterday, I'm saying it again today. Nobody around me is permitted to be unresourceful again. I am done. Done. So we have had lunch for these 2 days, food made by one of the girls that is doing her internship here. So you're not doing video, you're not speaking, you're not creating a resource. You will cook food for us. How about that? So yes to resourcefulness. Thank you so much, dear parents, for being here with us. I just want to run through a few announcements before we shut down the studio and begin the countdown to 2025 Global Teens Conference. Registration for the Girls Hub is already on. Yeah, you can just seal your slot with as low as 10,000 naira to get your girls ages 6 to 8, 9 to 13, 14 to 17, and then my undergraduate VIP girls. Please share with your friends and family now. Don't share when there's a problem. Share before the problem arises. Igniting Boot Camp is coming to us. Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. That camp is a living 5 days experience and encounter with God. It's a spiritually based camp. Yeah. So both girls and boys ages 10 and above can come in, or you can connect with us online. Yes, so our online audience, we're ready for you. Then, of course, your children were asking for books. And please, by the way, parents, some of your children dragged you. They said that you do not encourage them to be resourceful. When they want to do, create things, when they want to do a small business, when they want to read self-development books, you say no. Yeah, is that true? Okay, so Witty Minds is available for you. We have self-development books. We have books for you parents. We have books for your marriage. we have faith-based books, etc. Even the brain teasers kind of books. I mean, puzzles, crossword, other kind of brain stuff. We're all for the games, all for the mind, all for the brain. Okay, so get it from Witty Minds. All our contacts are scrolling somewhere, they'll be posted on the group. Then our brand new resources. Your children could not wait. And please, we told them to use their money as much as possible. Encourage them to do to buy these resources themselves. We want them to understand that they are not too young to take ownership, to take responsibility for their growth. So get them to buy. And then some of the children were like, oh, I have this amount. They told us how much they have. So don't even come and tell them that they don't have money. They told us already. So yes, you can get those guides on Seller. It's a bundle. If you want a discount, you need to rush. The next 24 hours, you have that open to you. Yes, Atetima is also available for one-on-one counseling for teenagers, for young adults, etc. I'm a certified counselor, so fear not. Then, of course, if you have not yet subscribed, if you have not, spoken to your family and friends to follow us, follow the work we do, then you are not doing us any good. You're not also doing the world any good, because the more evil spreads, the more we are all at a risk. Thank you so much for being with us for this year's edition. I am really looking forward to seeing all our teenagers at the Igniting Bootcamp, either in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, or in Abuja. Then, of course, having a 1-year walk and connection with my girls. You see, everything we did was done by these teenagers. Mine was just to speak. My slides were done by teenagers, the voiceovers were done by teenagers, the moderators were done by teenagers and outgoing teenagers. I mean, the team behind the camera, teenagers, and just passing teenage. They are the only ones. I cannot come and now kill myself at this point. And aside that, it's just for them to practice. If you cannot work for the Responsible Teens Academy, you cannot be resourceful here. How then can you be resourceful to CNN? How? You can't jump from local to global without practice. Okay, so that's what we're here to do, here to give them a platform to test their skills. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to hang around a bit. The teenagers that didn't play the game yesterday still want to play today. Yes, why the team eyeing me? The team, why you people eyeing me? Please, can we get my, have they gone to bed? Can I get a feedback? If the children have gone to bed, then fine, we just shut down and go home and see you on cam. And yes, we have our courses coming up. Distraction management is coming up in June. Girls in Diaspora is coming up in July. And then emotions mastery is coming up in November. Look, this is the only way the children are going to become resourceful, responsible, purposeful. That's just it. So yes, thank you so much. And I want to declare the conference officially closed. Yes, can I still be heard as I close the conference? Yes, I officially close down the 2024 Global Teens Conference, and I launch every young person out to their world for positive influence. Make use of your resourcefulness, and congratulations. See you next year. Please, I need volume. Give her volume. Which state? It's from. Thank you, everyone. You go for it. Moderators first. What are my moderators? Please, what? Please go to song. Eh? In the song. This is not it. Opa. Mr. Come and dance. Emmanuel, hey. Hey. Some people dancing. Come and dance.
Go. Don't worry, your leg is open.
Oh, Miss Zara. Go. Emmanuel, come and dance. Who is the best dancer?
No, it's true. They're watching you.
See you guys next year. Bye. Go Edie. Peace out.